fuck, I stretched and cracked every vertebra. That was amazing. All right.
Nice. I mean, if you don't temporarily paralyze yourself doing that, like, what's the
Are you
point?
doing it right? Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
big question. All right,
But
so
you know you did it well that time.
yeah. All right, so you should be able to have. So you should have your 4 cantrips and then your spells prepared. Did you already fix your prepared spells, Aura? Are you happy with what you have prepared?
Sure. Have I
Uh,
used 90% of them? No.
if you haven't used them, then don't prepare them.
Meh.
Dip them and pick something else. So
I don't know what else to pick, though. That's why I was like, help me. What can I have that'll be useful to everybody?
look through your known spells, and then
Nothing is useful if you don't know how to use it.
yeah.
Hey, shush. We're not talking about call lightning here.
So for you specifically, is that the way druids work is much akin to wizards. Is that as you grow in level, you get access to a larger amount of spells for what's known. So you have 118 that are known. It's the other side is how much you can have prepared at once. You can have 15 spells ready to rumble, minus your cantrips. Your cantrips are counted separately. So you can have your 15. And right now you want to look at what you got and what's useful. So looking so far at like your level 1s, Beast Bond has not done you good. It's done you dirty a few times. So we can get rid of him. Speak of Animals, I would say keep because it's a druid thing. It may become useful down the line. You can get rid of it for now. The thing is, because it's a ritual spell, you don't necessarily have to have it prepared. It just makes it so you can cast it instantaneously. That makes sense. So, when you're looking at your spells, if it has an R on a book, that means that you can sit down for X amount of time and do it without having to expend a spell slot or having it prepared because you have it in your book of bullshit.
My book of bullshit.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily have to bring your ritual spells around with you. You can have them. It just means that you can do it instantaneously instead of taking the 10, 15 minutes, an hour, whatever it takes.
So get rid of my bare tea time?
Yes, I would say that. So the ones that I would say that you should pick up for your level 1 is Fairy Fire, specifically.
Just a second. This fucking website keeps kicking me off.
So I would say that the ones that you should have prepared for your first level is Ice Knife and Fairy Fire and Cure Wounds. Which I think, no, you get that from Magic Initiate, so it's fine.
Fairy Fire's not showing up.
So it should already be in your spell list because I'm fixing it for you as we're going through it. So you don't have to touch anything. I'm fixing it.
Okay.
I'm fixing it. Chill.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So looking at your level 2 stuff. So, and Jenna is also asking you guys, the other players, for input as well as what spells you think would be useful. So anything that you can think of that would be good for her to use, to have, that goes in accordance with what you have as well. Then that's something that you can work into.
There was one I know that Rage wanted me to keep. What was it again? Because you got those spell rounds.
Seconds. And Captain Quacks, if you're from that class, you're too young to be here. Goodbye.
Oh, you have more students popping in?
I was just about to ask you about that, but...
Yep. Goodbye.
I need someone who's willing to convince Creed to be silly.
Be silly. I commanded.
Yes. No,
there, that was easy.
I'm not... Fuck, I set the bar really low there.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
All right, let's drop a curse on Creed where he has to be silly.
Don't tempt me. I'll do it.
Look, I tried, and Creed just keeps like getting pissed off, so I stopped trying.
I mean,
So-
you're a cat, so
So
Yeah, but I'm a funny cat.
while you guys are
Meow,
looking
meow,
at
meow,
that,
and a meow, meow, meow.
meow 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 meow.
All right, someone roll the d4.
Uh, fucking my dice aren't on my goddamn table right now. Oh wait, no, hold on. Is my dice bag still down here? My sack of math rocks.
You're a dice bag. I mean, what?
I'm aware of a dice bag, motherfucker. I'm the goddamn dungeon master.
At least he admits it.
I am the
Right?
He is
goddamn
surprisingly self-aware.
dungeon master.
should probably read what these two things do.
You should probably read while I'm looking for this goddamn D4 that's in here somewhere. Unless my son stole it.
I mean, you know, you have software that does that stuff, right?
Shh. I found
Yeah, I'm
it.
just-
I found it.
Okay.
It's fine. I got a
So
two.
much more enjoyable doing it.
You're right.
It's a two. Rage. A two.
2.
A two.
I think that was my 100 proof.
I think so. If it were going by last.
Oh wait,
time's
are you
rules.
drinking?
Cheers.
I'll have
That means I gotta get up.
don't
Sucks
have
to
to.
suck.
Hello there.
The halfling wizard.
All right, now
Thank you for the follow, halfling wizard.
I'm going to rejoin and we'll be back.
Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. It wasn't the 100 proof. Just forgot this wild turkey I have is 116.
Big appreciate. We are
Oh.
but a band of goobers. I have been doing this for about 20 years, and I've gotten these guys hooked on D&D for the past year or so. So it's been a lot of fun. I'm glad you can show up and support some other creators and see what we have in store. We're currently helping our druid, who's a
Kind
bit of a
soft
goober.
word.
Our druid is a little bit less experienced than some of our other players, and so we're currently helping her with a spell
Champagne
list.
for the win.
We're helping her get her stuff together so that we can go into a game of Amogus, which we have to finish up from last session, since I've been deathly ill, so I haven't been able to run the game.
I have a new favorite spell so far.
So, Janet, we're gonna
I'm
do this.
Scared.
I'm gonna go and fix your spells for you, and then I'm gonna let you look
Die.
over it.
All right,
I have a new
Tell me
favorite
everyone heard
spell so far.
I heard it.
Okay.
Ice knife. Ice knife is my new favorite spell so far.
Baby.
Why did I figure that was going to be what she was going to say? I'm like looking over her
I get-
spells right now because I just pulled out
I'm
her
a
character's
little
sheet up.
disappointed that nobody else said baby besides me.
Baby, baby.
again. Can I get it?
I get to throw sharp thing at
Ice
people.
and baby. Dun, 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 dun.
Bun, dun, dun, bun,
Under
ba, da, dun.
pressure. Pushing down on me.
Yeah, under
got,
pressure is definitely better than fucking Ice Baby, but just saying.
I got 2 different rums. I got bourbon and I got whiskey.
I get to throw a shard of ice at people and then it go boom and still hit them.
What's your second highest proof?
Let's see. Second highest.
Or third
So
highest, sorry, because that's what I'm drinking.
I got 70. I have 80. I have 120. And
What's the 120?
I have 68.
Okay, hold on. What's the 120? You can't just say you have 120 and then not tell me what it is.
You can't just say things.
Cincinnati Distillery single barrel bourbon.
Ooh, that sounds great. Is it good?
So when I first got this, it was bottled 11/11/22. It was aged 2 years before that. So by now it's aged for about 4 years. It is delicious.
So, I'm going to flex here for a second, and I apologize, but the Knob Creek 120 that I have was bottled 10/7/2014. Or, sorry, cast on 10/7/2014, and then bottled 2/27/24, so almost 10 years.
I mean, if we're gonna flex, I mean, mine's local and not just generic store bought one.
Oof.
I mean,
All the
that's
stuff
fair.
made with Ohio
However,
fruit, so-
have you tried any Florida whiskeys?
I've tried quite a few of them. Recently, I
They're
did.
fucking terrible.
There's a reason the Gators are so cranky.
That's the reason the gators are cranky.
But
Ah,
I'm
there's-
drinking the 120 proof.
Howdy, howdy.
Did you get rid of Call Lightning? You did.
I did. I'm giving you something better. I'm
Something
giving
I
you
can't see my
polymorph instead.
everybody with.
Here, by the way, for what it's worth,
All right.
I can get it to go.
So, Jenna, go ahead and refresh your page and look over your spell list. Take
Okay,
I
your
think
time.
it's blood. I
So,
think it's
there's the
blood
bourbon.
that rage with the technique.
Bourbon? Yeah,
Was it
I'll go with the bourbon.
rage light that you wanted to put in your rounds?
What?
Oh, wait.
We'll figure that out later
When you-
because
I
right
got-
now, what's going to happen is we're going to stop
Yeah.
talking about whiskey for a minute so I can get through what I'm talking about.
Okay, how the fuck dare you? But you're right.
You're right. Blame
Oh,
Blade.
I'll message him. Sorry.
He's been wanting Fireball this whole time.
No.
That's fucking gross.
So,
I will pay to ship you a bottle of whiskey.
I'm talking about spells that
Okay.
he's wanted.
so
Thank you.
Fire slicey. I got a fire slicey.
Was it Fireball
we're
that I
going,
wanted?
guys. Shiny, I have the keys. Look at me. Clinkety, 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 clinkety. All right.
Those are some shitty ass keys, man. Just saying. They went clickety and
Yeah,
said
let me
jingle, jingle. What the fuck?
I got the math rocks. Look at the math rocks.
Oh.
All right. So, Aura, look over your spells to yourself.
Oh, so I shouldn't be looking at her spells?
No, you don't look over anything. You got your own stuff to look at.
I
So
need something to attach to a bullet, though.
later, you're currently dealing with the whole imposter thing. Remember, that's
You're
kind of your
currently in
first
it.
your first situation that you're currently in.
Mm.
So, Jenna, look over your spells quietly to yourself. Make sure you're kind of familiar with how they all work. Kind of understand what's going on with them, etc. I'm going to let you do that. I'm going to make sure that my owlbear is not going to crash and or be ledum, because that would be wunderbar if it did not do that. That is that one. We don't want that one. We want the other one. Okay, so we're currently here, but also doesn't matter because we're in a different room. So now we've kind of gotten everyone on the same page. Everyone has their drinks. Everyone has had a little bit of a walk-in. There's a bit of introduction. Spells have been fixed, etc. Let's talk about what happened. It's been a minute. A couple weeks ago, the last time we ran this session, the party found themselves in a predicament, if you would be so kind to use that understanding of the word. They had found themselves going about the town within normal business, either speaking to the artificers, the wizards, and such, trying to track down what exactly was going on. They had reports, so to speak, of doppelgangers and such. Clem himself even arrived to tell them that there's something evil is afoot. And even with his surprise visit, the party was kind of put on edge a little bit of what exactly was going to be happening. So they started investigating. They spread out. They began to go to different areas. You saw Nameless and Creed go to the barracks to track down Azrael, a wizard sniper used by the elite sharpshooters group, and to go see if they could find what was going on with it. The rest of the party, or specifically, it was Nez. It was Nez and Okros. I don't know why brain ouchied. Nez and Okros went to the government center to talk with the War Master to figure out what exactly had been going on, and then if there was something that they could look forward into, because there's something strange was going on and that things needed to be cleared as best they could, especially since Clem himself had come down from his tower to speak with the War Master. So they went off. At the same time, both of these groups, minus Aura, who decided to stay home with Lucifer, the turret overwatching the front door, locked herself in her bedroom, just kind of get away from everything. Unbeknownst to each other, the parties came across an Azrael, whether in the barracks and the government center. The government center one was still in his combat uniform with his rifle and his gear and was walking out of the War Master's quarters with orders in hand to go take Westminster, or at least begin recon. Clem, of course, was still in there speaking with the War Master in person and bringing forth a conversation that there may be someone amongst the ranks of the town causing panic and paranoia. Bad times all the way around. At the same time, Nameless and Creed came across Azrael in his half-dress uniform with the rest of his members of his squad hanging out in their barracks playing poker, dancing and drinking and having a good time. Nothing out of the ordinary, even Azrael being able to answer the questions necessary that kind of made it look along the line of, this seems like the guy. Seems normal. As both parties exited, all of a sudden lightning began to crack around the townhouse where the party stays. Something had begun to spook the commoners as they began running around and storming the walkways. They believed that fire was coming down, that the doom itself had crested the horizon and was coming to crash down upon the town of New Haven, where they had just finished establishing their new home. The party saw the townhouse having this cloud of lightning around, just enraged, striking buildings and burning thatch. Seeing fireworks go off, fireworks that were given to Lucifer specifically to fire in case of danger. Something was completely and utterly wrong. So the party ran. They tried to track the Azrael they had met, trying to find who exactly he was. Maybe he had ducked into the crowd, ducked into an alley, gone behind something. They couldn't find him. The crowd became too numerous and too panicked, too much for anyone to track easily. So they decided to deal with the bigger issue, going back towards the house to find out what was the matter. They knew that something or someone has begun to sow the seeds of chaos in the town of New Haven, and they knew the one person that would be capable of doing such a thing, the Blight Piper. The name and thought of it put all their hairs on end, as they know what happened last time they crossed paths with him, and they haven't exactly been the kindest of individuals to him, as being a villain is expected. They arrive back at the townhouse, trying to break into the door. The door is locked. Creed yells out the password. Him and Aura passed across paper, make sure it was only known between the two of them. She, in her panic, has forgotten it as she hides behind the doorframe with a dagger. Okros easily knocks the door inward to give entrance as she comes screaming out, waving the dagger in all directions, scared out of her mind as she has been chased by the sounds of ghosts and footsteps throughout the house, magic unlike she's ever seen. As she came out, unfortunately, the dagger found its mark in the arm of Okros, who simply yanked it out with Aura still attached to it and sat her down gingerly on a chair in the kitchen so they could figure out what exactly had gone on. Neswin spoke of Lucifer. Lucifer, in its own way, told them that it saw nothing. It just saw Aura going a little nuts. And then everything went to shit. Almost instantaneously. It was just as if she was running from something that she couldn't see. And it became a problem very quickly. He, at an endpoint, eventually fired the alarm that was given him by Nez because of the fact that he didn't know what to do. He's just a turret. What was he going to do? He has 4 legs and no hands. He's not exactly good at multitasking. So the party finally calms down the druid, reconvenes in the kitchen, sits around the table, trying to figure out what exactly is going on. The party talks, figure out that they both saw Azrael. One of them at the barracks, one at the government center. One with orders, one talking specifically about orders he was going to get. Who was the real one? It's hard to say. They both seem to respond the same way, maybe have a different way of speaking, but it was hard to disengage who truly was the fake one. And Aura, among the rest of them, saw that a stack of newspapers had been laid outside. One of the party members had brought up that mayhaps that was the knock she heard that spooked her in the first place. It would make sense. It's not something that, is unbeknownst in a large city to have newspapers dropped off at different hours as it's done by hand. It's sometimes easy to forget. Bringing them in, she sets them on the table, and a gas begins to emit from the stack of papers, filling the room very quickly. Most of the party, minus the druid and the barbarian, go down first. The druid tries her hardest to move the stack of papers outside to try and get the gas away. Unfortunately, falls flat. Then, of course, the barbarian tries to do the same. As they continue to push and try to push even further towards getting the papers outside, the barbarian falls short, his arms reaching only a few inches from the doorway, until his world also goes out like a candle. The party then finds themselves awaking in a small, all right, bye, Jenna. Come back.
Indeed.
Indubitably. The party finds themselves in a 20 by 40 room. A few beds and a few other things having also been placed in here. Enough provisions for a few days. And of course, a note hanging from a chain attached to a key in the center amongst the podium. The paper was a letter addressed to the party, specifically noting that the Blight Piper has come to pay his penance, to pay his regards to the group that destroyed his career and made it ever so harder for him to do what he loves best, to bring forth the very threads of fate and rip them asunder in the front of the eyes of everyone watching. He tells you that he has replaced someone in this room, and that you have two choices. You either find him and kill the imposter, and then you can leave. He will no longer be able to bother you as he will be gone. But if you open the door and he leaves as you guessed wrong, or if you simply just walk out to not partake in the game, he has deemed it necessary to make what happened in the last town with the witch fire bombs look like a fireworks parade. He has promised to make your life worse if you let him walk out of this room. All of you believe yourselves that you couldn't be the imposter, but there is one here. The food amongst that you have enough food and running water for a few days, about 5 to be precise. Beds, of course, to make it easy to sleep. One of the first things you did is that on the letter, there was a weapon hidden within the room, as everything else you own was taken from you, besides small accoutrements or components that you may need to survive, such as medication and such. He may be a villain, he's not a monster. So you began looking for a weapon, as Okros began looking for their provisions. Because, as the chef, why should he suffer at the hands of shitty provisions if he can make them slightly better? Especially if it means maybe helping the mood, or at least maybe helping them think. Good food has always made him think well. You began searching. Some of you searching different areas, cabinets and floorboards and such, thinking, walking, pacing, excruciatingly in thought. Nameless comes across one bed frame that seems to be slightly looser than the others. As he knocks it, he finds a large folding hunting knife. A knife that folds about an 8-inch blade into a wooden handle that'd be carried by a ranger in their bag for long travels, meant for gutting game and cleaning things or just being a normal utility knife. It even has the marks of the Ranger Battalion, specifically housed in New Haven. The same Ranger Battalion that the one that's in your party carries on his uniform. But then came the next issue that arose, is that Okros, in his need to find provisions and foodstuff, popped open a few cabinets and came across one that was slightly jammed. Nothing would stop him from finding the spices necessary that he deemed something that he could try and do to alleviate the stress, to alleviate the situation they found themselves in, and with his strength popped it open to find a large burlap sack, one that you would akin to hold potatoes within. He placed it on the table and felt its weight, said it felt much akin to that of a regular bag of potatoes. Cutting the drawstring up top with a nice clean bow tie, sliced it with his finger claws, and dumped the bag onto the table to sort through the spuds. Maybe he'd be able to make something yet. And what fell out was not potatoes, but a curled up tabaxi body that looked almost identical to Nameless. And that's where we start our session today. Is at that point where Nameless has found, or who you believe to be Nameless, has found a knife in a bed, the weapon that Aura saw in the letter that was spoken of. And then Okros, of course, has now found a small tabaxi body in a potato sack. And that's where we begin. So, welcome back to Among Us D&D Edition.
So about that whiskey.
I have my bourbon. All right, so
Or is just gonna do the Spider-Man pose, like point at both of them and be like, "What the hell?"
I have an out of character question.
I may have an answer.
What is Okros' strength?
Oh, shit. Is it 18 or 19, Matt?
Sorry, 1 second. Let me get my character sheet pulled up.
You
was trying to
son of
switch
a
to my
bitch.
other microphone, and it didn't work for some reason.
You're killing me.
I have an idea, but I want to know I want to know how bad of an idea this is going to be.
I'm pretty sure it's like 18 or 19, if I remember off the top of my brain.
I
Ours
think
was
it might be
14.
at 19 at this
19.
point, because I think I got a perk that gave me +1 last time. I mean,
You know,
it's
it's like
still the same bonus either way, but
Right.
you know.
all I could think of as like we ended the last session. No more. I'm just thinking about it. The recap is just because we said Among Us, someone's hitting the buzzer, going meeting because of the body was found.
Oh,
Yep.
as I was describing this to a coworker, because I will admit I cheated a little bit. I was like, wait, but this is just a thing. This isn't even Among Us. This is just a thing.
Watch
Hear me
the
out.
imposter.
We're gonna heat up a fork. All right.
Oh God. Watch the imposter be fucking Lucifer. Lucifer's the imposter.
I don't
Sounds
even think I
something
have
imposter would
Lucifer.
say.
No, Lucifer is not with you.
That's what I
No.
thought. I had to actually just ask though now because of that. It's like, you know what? It doesn't hurt to ask.
You're
I
like,
mean,
wait, do I
that's-
have my demon turret?
That's fair to make sure that you got one of those, you know?
Or I was gonna point at the nameless on the table and be like, that one's the imposter because he's not talking shit.
What, the one on the table that's dead?
Yep, that one.
That's
We all know.
Jesus. Hello, Seth.
We all,
How are you, sir?
we all know Nameless would talk shit even in death.
Anyways, yeah,
I don't know if I was
Creed
trying
is
to send him the right email.
Creed's gonna walk over and he's going to just he's
Poke it
gonna
with a
go
stick.
look at Okros and go, I want you to hit me as hard as you can.
You want him to hit the dead cat.
No, no.
Oh, I've only got 18 strength. I haven't actually got that perk yet.
That's fine.
Creed wants you to punch him as hard as you can.
Right.
Why?
This seems like a Jake Paul, Mike Tyson situation going on right now.
Right?
Hey, give me a second. I need to take my armor off.
I would like to think that even as an
Okay, this is like a
imposter,
Logan Paul and Mike Tyson situation.
So
At least he had
because
the armor.
because we have a complicated situation you guys are dealing with, just try to keep yourselves in the scenario as best you can, because there's gonna be a lot of info being tossed at you from different things, and so just make sure you're focused up on it. If someone is doing an action or such, make sure you let them get through it, because you guys have to figure this out. Otherwise, you're gonna get stuck in here or possibly kill a friend. So
Yeah,
this
which
is some heavy stuff.
legitimately, that's what I'm saying.
I'm actually like taking notes at the moment.
In character, Creed is asking Okros to punch him as hard as possible.
but wouldn't the imposter be able to hit just as hard?
We don't know.
It depends because we don't know what the Blight Piper is,
All we know,
like strength wise.
and this is I will admit, out of character, I bounced it off a coworker because I was like, "What are your thoughts?" We don't know. The only thing we have had confirmed about Piper is he can
That
get
he's a
sounds
dick?
right. Because he disguised himself as a guard well enough to fool other guards, which means he at least has the ability to imitate sounds.
He's a changeling, so he is like what I am.
But just because you're a changeling doesn't mean you take on every ability of the thing you're imitating.
Mm-hmm.
If you make yourself look like an elephant, you can't carry the same weight as an elephant.
Yeah, that's a doppelganger.
No, because you're
Not a
still
character.
your mass.
Which is why, again, in character, I want Okros to roll to hit me as hard as possible.
Rolls in that one.
I mean, it's a solid plan. Roll to attack.
I finally got the voice mod working properly again. Yes.
Yes.
Hooray.
Indeed.
Pitter patter.
Good at her.
I think my attack is still just 1d4, like my unarmed, right?
Yeah, for your damage, but you're still rolling to actually punch him.
Just wasn't sure which dice I needed to use for afterwards. Alright, and my to hit with it's just my proficiency if I don't have my weapon, right?
It's your strength plus proficiency for your unarmed. Because you should be proficient in using your hands. I would imagine.
Fair. Then in that particular case, that makes it a 20.
All right. You said
What did he say?
25?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you that yeah.
So, in that case, with rolling it on that nature, you look at Creed as he takes off his armor and just looks at you and goes, "Punch me." You turn, and really without wasting a lot of, effort, I guess, for being a large member such as yourself, you just kind of turn and clock Creed. Now, I'll give you the choice of where you actually hit him.
If it's me just pivoting to hit, and he's standing there, it would probably either be the shoulder or the face, because of my height.
Fair enough.
Right.
So let's let the dice decide then, shall we?
Can I ask a quick out of character question?
You may.
Dentists exist this time, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. No, he's punching me in the head as hard as he can.
I mean, also,
I'm pretty sure I'm losing teeth.
prosthetic teeth look really cool on tieflings. I don't know what you're talking about. All right,
Out
so
of character. I could maybe fix them later.
yeah, All right, so Rexus, at this point in time, or Mr. Okros, I need you to call me high-low. All right, we're flipping the coin here.
All right, hi.
All right, I got 29. You punch him square in the jaw.
Oof.
Just you pivot, turn, and just get him right in the side. Just pook. Creed, give me a con save, please.
Oh, please. Oh, that's a 5.
That's a
Oh
5.
no, sorry. That's a 7.
Oh,
I
it's a
have
7. There you go. So with that 7, you guys just see Okro's turn and clock Creed. You guys ever seen the videos of the guys during slap competitions where they kind of do like that standing like falter fallback?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
It's you just see Creed start to kind of from standing start falling backwards without moving the rest of his body, and he kind of catches himself a little bit. Still falls on his ass. So now you're sitting on the ground, Creed, dazed. Your bell got rung real hard.
You got Mike Tyson.
You got the. I was gonna say there's the boxing bell. You took it. It was over.
I offer him my hand to help him back up.
No, he's just gonna lay there for a second and then just fucking like fall onto his back, just lay down like. Oh,
Or he's just gonna stand there looking like, what the fuck?
oh, Gross is real.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh man.
I'm gonna walk over to Creed and cast Cure Wounds.
There you go.
I was going to do it, but I'm like,
While I do that, I'm gonna look at him and say, "Well, at least Okros hasn't made anything to eat because you couldn't eat it now, anyways."
Oh. You could.
So, I'm gonna need some help from the rest of the party members because I want to involve you guys in this. I'm gonna need each of you. So the 4 of you, I'll need each of you to roll me a d6 and tell me the result.
I got a quattro.
Not you.
I also got a Quattro.
So 4 for
Oh, sorry.
4 for
My
nameless.
apologies.
You're good.
I got a Quattro.
You got a quattro. Okay.
I got a 1.
A 1. Rexus?
You said D6, right?
A d6.
Okay. I got a 5.
Got a 5. All right. So Creed, you only have lost 1 tooth when you kind of rake your jawline a little bit and spit out, and it's your left front canine.
How do I note? Yeah. Other. There we go. There we go. Other notes. All right.
Yeah.
Lost a front tooth.
Yes.
Left.
Left front,
Left front
canine.
canine.
Because it was going to be 1 to 4 teeth, and the only person who rolled low was Nez. So everyone else rolled at the limit that I had set in my brain. So, in this instant, Creed, you can see that your jaw is still kind of intact. It's sore. You've taken worse hits from, giant bug creatures and spiders and explosive barrels and lightning from god strikes, and you've gotten the crap kicked out of you numerous times.
You've
So,
been through some shit.
You've been through it where your jaw's not broken nor dislocated. It hurts. You're not having a good time, but it's not broken and you're missing the tooth. So it could be worse for wear.
And if it makes you feel better, the tooth flew further than you did.
He's just gonna like give you the smoldering, angry look.
The
Are you showing the rest of your teeth or not?
No.
Oh, okay.
So
Go to freeze.
you all see Creed kind of spin his hand. You see that there's blood. He's missing a tooth. You guys can see the tooth on the floor. You know, it's what are you guys going to do at this point? As Creed says, Okros is real.
Or I was gonna pick up the tooth, hand it to Creed, and say, "Save it for later, I guess."
Put it
It's
under your
possible to-
pillow.
Why would I put it under my pillow?
You might get $1.
You don't
And
know what
it'll
the
make you
fucking
holler.
tooth fairy is.
What's
That's
a
not real
dollar?
here.
Bloody
Uh,
there's a dollar.
We don't want tooth fairies to be real because if they're
A
real,
land
that
of
means their larger
fairies.
cousins, the bone fairies, are also real.
Well, that's true too. But in a land that has fairies, you're gonna sit there and tell me that one of them can't be a tooth fairy?
I mean, much akin to what Okro said is that
Hmm.
a fairy that collects dental appendages would not be giving you money. They would just be taking your dental appendages. But much akin to what Okro said is that if you have one that collects small bones, you're gonna have one that collects larger bones for more nefarious purposes, like a chupacabra. So let's not open that can of worms. I don't want to go into monster making tonight.
So
fuck is a
the tooth
chupacabra?
fairy can't exist, but the chupacabra can. This is where you've lost
All
me.
right. Well, I'm
Well, that's
So-
what he's saying. If the one exists, then the other does as well.
I could technically end this right now, but I'm not going to. I just realized that.
So, regardless, again, there's an imposter in the room. Creed has gotten his jaw knocked in and he's missing a tooth. And you're all standing around trying to figure out what exactly is going on.
So, are we gonna talk about the fact someone let the cat out of the bag?
Hmm. What do I need?
I want
Do
to.
If you got a plan, go ahead. Sorry, I just started talking out loud.
No, that's fine. I want to say, like, I want to actually like go and inspect the tabaxi that came out of the potato sack.
Sure. Roll me investigation.
I prefer the term "someone let the cat out of the bag," but you know.
All I know is it was blasphemy of the highest order. I was expecting potatoes, and instead I get a dead animal.
Oh, I'm so mad at Beyond. It was on 19 for so long, but it came out to a 12.
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
Oof. So, what was your total? 12 in total?
12.
Okay. So, with a 12, you go up to the corpse and you start investigating. And on the surface, it looks very much the same to Nameless, almost down to the color of its eyes, the way its whiskers are portrayed, the streaks of color through its hair, even like the way that its ears are shaped. You can even see that a notch that is missing out of Nameless's ear is also present on this body. And it is just simply dressed in what looks to be a smaller potato sack that's just covering its torso. But other than that, you really can't find anything that's going to tell you, or anything that really points towards telling you if this is a like a fake corpse, polymorphed corpse, anything like that. All you can tell is that it's a body and it looks like a compatriot. And the details that you'd be looking for are all right there on the surface.
Or I was gonna turn and look at the nameless person not dead
Mm-hmm.
and ask him a question. Nameless, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
When we went to the scorched sands, what was on the ship that we took there? We each got our own room. What was in yours?
Cigars, whiskey, and a fireplace before you decided to fucking douse me in water and then I shocked you with a lamp.
Okay.
This is weird. I'm not gonna lie.
still burnt about that.
So
Your
was
voice
I.
thing of a
There is a
barber's not
dead
on, by the way.
nameless and a not dead nameless. Are you deathless?
Am I what?
Your voice thing is not on.
Deathless. It isn't? What? Damn.
No,
No,
not
yours
you.
is. Courageous.
Nameless
Oh, mine's
isn't.
not?
No.
Dude, I totally did it. What?
I was gonna say it's weird. It doesn't seem right. The cat's talking shit, but it doesn't sound like the cat.
Imposter!
It's the same one that I normally use.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
even
no,
on.
you sound like Rage.
You know,
Really?
you sound normal right now.
Is
What the
Discord glitching out on you? It was doing that to me too. I had to switch
No, it's
my
always
audio
fine.
sources multiple times. Okay.
Is that better?
No.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, it's not working.
We'll pretend you
Bring it
sound
back.
like a helium cat.
May I take an action,
Uh,
Mr.
what do you
DM?
want to do?
I'd like to do divine sense.
Okay. What exactly do you want a divine sense for? Are you just looking for anything out of the ordinary, such as something angelic or fiendish, or are you looking for
The
what?
presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor. So I want to find something evil in this room.
Find something evil.
Yes. I know location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet. And you know the type of anything, as well as the presence of any place or object that's been consecrated or desecrated, as well as hollow. Hopefully this works. If not, oh well.
So
better?
yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Sound like the
So
cat.
Crean, you cast divine sense. You speak the words to yourself and you start to get a keener sense of the room around you as the sun continues to go down outside, the sun moving the slits in the ground slowly. All of a sudden, you are overwhelmed with a smell, specifically coming from what looks to be the area where the food is being stored. A rudimentary refrigerator of sorts, or a cooler that seems to be powered by some kind of arcane reinforcement, just to help keep the provisions in one spot, seems to be pointing out to your curiosity based on the spell
gonna
and
be
the
another-
description of what you've given.
There's going to be another body in there.
Creed's gonna kind of head tilt and stare at it and start making his way over.
You make your way over and you see that it is a wooden-like cabinet that seems to have a bunch of what looks to be arcane signets drawn into it. You've seen these before. They're relatively not exactly common, but they're the more around the elbow way of making a way to contain your food so it doesn't spoil quickly. Most people will either have it salted, cured, or otherwise, or make it fresh on the daily, such as your chef, but some places use these rudimentary preservation devices. And the smell seems to be coming from there in a general vicinity.
All right. He's going to. Oh, so is there a lock on it?
No, it just has a handle.
Uh. Hmm. Big. The someone give me a hand over here. Please.
Or we'll run over and help Creed.
And he's going to pull up, or he's going to. Oh, actually, yeah, he'll just pull a portion of the cloak that's wrapped around his neck over his mouth and nose, and wince as he immediately pushes in right above the lip where he's missing a tooth, like an idiot, and gets ready to catch, and he's just going to grab the latch and pull it open.
You pull
Or it's
the
going to
door
be ready
open.
to catch.
So, Aura, you grab the handle with Creed, and as you two open the door, you just pull the door past him as he kind of stands in the opening of this cooler, we'll say. As he stands there, preparing himself to catch, you see that his eyes begin to water, and he visibly looks shaken as the stench overwhelms Creed. And you see that a small white crystal begins to glow in the top, much akin to a lantern that doesn't require fuel. And inside, to you, Creed, as Ori, you're still holding open the door. You are turning your head away. You are hoping it is not anything bad, because you've had your fill already. Creed, you're standing in front of it, and you're scanning it for whatever could possibly be in here that is giving off this overwhelming sense of dread. And as you look down, you see that the shelves look to be made of either a type of planking or metal fencing, holding up these shelf-life things of just simply holding items, what looks like food stuff or small boxes. And one of the boxes specifically pulls your curiosity closer as you begin to narrow your focus on this is where the smell is coming from. And the box itself seems to be about 4 inches tall by 8 inches long. It just seems to be a square box with a lid.
He's gonna approach and open it.
You open it, and inside you see the most terrifying sight you've ever seen. It seems to be a round object, almost of that of a circle. Its beige skin polka dotted with blue furry clusters. As the smell now hits you head on, and it just grinds your teeth with how odorous this cantankerous object must be. And you begin thinking, what could this possibly be? To be so cantankerous, to be so odorous, to drive your senses absolutely insane as you're trying to find out what this is. And as you inspect further, it doesn't move, it doesn't blink, it has no eyes. Its skin, if you will, seems to be smooth and tough, much of that of a calloused hand. But the blue fuzzy spots seem to be speckled across its surface. But the smell definitely catches wind. As you stare at this box, what do you do?
I have to ask.
Wow.
I am wearing everything. I just don't have my weapons, correct?
Yes.
Most importantly, I'm wearing my gloves, right?
Yes.
Let me try
By the
and
way, Rex says that was perfect timing. Just say,
do. I'm going to try to see if I can tell what it is. As in, I'm going to stick my hand in there and try to turn it.
You're sticking your hand in there and try to turn it. All right. So are you trying to like rotate it, move it around, flip it over? Like, what are you trying to do with it? How are you
I'm like very slowly trying to turn it over,
Okay.
or so I can get. Oh God. I'm not. This is not going to be fun.
You're gonna get bit.
So you make sure your gloves are on, and you thank the glove for its long service, as you know that after this you will not be wearing it again. As you put your hand in the box, you begin to slowly flip this object over. You expect teeth to erupt, eyes to open, claws to gouge. But as you touch it, you just feel its skin being rough and calloused, just with knobs and nobules as just kind of oddly formed, like it just wasn't put together quite right. And you flip it over, and it looks to be the same smooth, callous surface, much of that on the other side, the same shape and everything. It almost seems to be a disc. Okros, give me a perception check, please.
Alright.
Oh no. I think I know what you're about to do.
That is a 14.
14. You recognize the smell immediately.
Oh. Ooh.
You recognize it immediately, and it excites you because it is a delicacy among certain parts of the world you've sailed. It is known as the cantankerous, callous, blue Azor cheese.
Oh.
It is a cheese that is fermented specifically with a special type of bacteria that is found within certain fiends when they pass between the realms. It seems to grow around certain areas that they appear in, almost as if it feeds off the brimstone and the sulfur they emit. It is rare, expensive, and delicious, according to those who have eaten it, as this cheese is constantly fermented with this bacteria. And it is sealed in a box and is shipped off to whoever wants it. The bacteria itself would be considered evil. The most evil cheese in existence sits in your hand in front of you.
Oh,
That's a
Um,
first. Oh, cheese.
I have to say, for once, my expectation was much better than yours, than what you actually did, and I'm thankful for that. Oh, I thought you were gonna be like the body on the table's head starts turning.
No, no.
And I was like, oh
Some
no.
exorcist shit? No, no, no.
Yeah, yeah. Like as I'm turning this thing, its head's turning too, and I was like, oh, oh no, 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 no. And you're like, it's cheese. I was like, oh, oh, thank God.
Yes.
You feel like your divine sense is off. As as Okro stands behind you, smiling, as you hold the most evil, delicious cheese known to existence.
You gonna eat that?
That cheese is a delicacy. It is made from bacteria that feeds off of something that fiends emit. You might say it is the most evil cheese in existence, but it is also quite delicious.
Oh. And like you can see him visibly like pull something back. Yep, it's me. Creed's going to take his hands out of this weird box. Just gonna like walk out with his head held high and get away from everyone else. So I hate you so much now.
Good. Let the hate
Yeah,
flow through you.
I'm having an existential paranoid crisis over cheese.
This is gonna raise an eyebrow and say,
Well, with that reaction, I think it's safe to say that's the real Creed.
Creed, I haven't seen you move that fast since the coffee on the ship.
That is most foul. So no, I have another out of character question.
Uh-huh.
So for tabaxi people, how much like cats are they actually?
Uh, In what sense? Because they're essentially anthropomorphic cat folk. It's like, what exactly are you looking for?
They always land on their feet.
I mean, that's a wives' tale, but I mean, Nameless is pretty good at landing on his feet, except when he gets to launch into the side of a building.
So do we have anywhere really
There was
high up where
one
we could throw a
time it was
cat?
an accident.
It is not tall enough in this room for you to actually like test your theory.
Oh well. Now, I'm trying to think of what we can do that would allow us to test. That's not just like everyone gets punched. All right.
Yeah, because if you punch Aura, you gonna kill her.
I have questions.
I may have an answer.
No, for everyone.
Oh, okay.
Like detective-like questions.
All right.
What's up?
If I may have go.
No, by all means, go ahead. I'm.
Alright. Alright, I'll just go down the list in Discord like normal. So, Aura,
What's up?
what's the first thing you did on this campaign that pissed everybody off?
I talked to a bear and got mad when you killed it.
That's a damn good answer. Creed. Although you're pretty safe. Still have a question though.
No, we can't kill the elf.
That was question number 2, but you're jumping ahead.
Ugh.
Don't spoil my shit now. I'm the one that breaks fourth walls. Okay.
How's the fourth wall?
Exactly. So
Ugh.
when we were in route, I don't even know where
And where are
the city
the
was.
other
Can I have the map?
Oh, let me
Who
get
are you
it for you.
talking
Was
to?
Was it Westminster? Is that what it was?
Westminster. It's the town in the far
Westminster.
west. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
check. We have
Okay,
the map.
Creed. Yeah, Creed. Talking to you. Anyways, when we were on our way to Westminster, it's Munster. I should have known that. The cheese is awesome. Who did we run into that we were trying to decide whether they live or die?
Unless I'm mistaken, we ran into the runner of the Legion.
Mm.
I didn't want to kill him. I was rather against it. He wanted to fight to the death. And if he didn't die, they assumed his family would face repercussions. Instead, we had our friend here. Oh, specific. The fucking cat. Had him go into wearing his uniform disguise. Way to infiltrate the area. Is that sufficient, or do I have to remember the man's name?
That's not entirely correct.
I'll be honest. For most of that encounter, I was actually working. It's entirely out of character admitting that. That was one of those sessions where I had my headphones in and I was working. So.
From what Creed put forward, it was for him kind of being in and out that session. That is
So
essentially.
I don't want any hints. I don't want any hints. I don't want any hints.
I-
Come on, this is supposed to be
Okay,
Among Us. I don't get
alright,
hints from
okay.
like the narrator.
Oh, all right. The narrator turns off his brain.
Narrator just said, "Fuck you."
Oh, hang on.
and
How long ago?
leaves.
Well, legitimate question. In game, how long ago was that?
It was quite a while.
You were in Westminster, and then you came back to New Haven, then you went to Scordoon. I would say at least 3
Well,
months.
Westminster was
Alright.
before the break.
Yeah.
For Christmas
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
Okay, never
So
mind then.
in real time, it was a while ago. In the campaign, it's probably been about 3 months,
Alright.
3-4 months since you've dealt with that specific thing. Because it's after Westminster, you got back to New Haven, and that's when you guys got ready to go down to the Scorched Temple.
All right. Because if it was a month, Creed can remember it due to Inspiring Leader. That's what I was asking, because I would
Yeah.
actually know in character.
Okay, fair enough. Still gonna leave you as sus for now.
Oh, might I offer a point of evidence for myself?
Sure.
Creed is going to walk over, and he's just going to take your hand and hold it out, put his tooth in there, and then go sit down.
What would you like me to do with this? I can't put it back. I mean, I'm sorry.
You said I'm. What was the word? I'm sus. What the bloody hell that means? I would assume more than likely the Blight Piper's not interested in losing teeth.
It would depend on how well of an actor he is. I'm gonna drop the. Who am I next to? Am I standing next to anyone?
You were standing in the center room, like, interrogating everybody, so you're just kind of there.
Okay, then I'm gonna walk over to Nez next. Look at the tooth, drop it, wipe my paw on Nez's shirt, and then go, Nez, your turn.
What
Yours
you
is
got?
more of a request than a question. Take off your mask.
He's not wearing it.
Yeah, he's not wearing it.
Oh, so I can see exactly what his face looks
you
like.
can.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
ever since the accident, he moved it to the shoulder, which is why on his character portrait, it's on the shoulder. You
Oh
silly
shit, that would have
person.
been a really good one though. Actually, now I think
Didn't
about it.
fucking know that. Yeah, he would have
No, that
known
would
that
be
his
great.
face was disfigured as fuck.
Well,
Yeah.
no, he wouldn't. He would actually be wearing the mask.
Oh, that too.
That would have been.
That too.
That would be.
I guess I'll have to come back to Nez because that was my thought for him. I'll come back to
All
you.
right.
Show me your face.
Walk to-
I am showing
walk-
your face. What are you talking about?
Walks up all confident, demands to see a face he can already see, doesn't say anything, leaves.
I did not even realize that was a thing.
Yeah.
Fuck. Man.
Can't
All
believe
right.
you missed that entire
Basically,
character
this-
development arc for Nez.
I did. Was I here that day? I mean,
You
I
were
was
here
that
those
day.
days when it happened. It was
It was when I got Creed off of the
IED
trap
No, I know.
that the
yeah.
blight.
Yeah, I know when he got burnt, but I meant moving the mask. Like I don't remember that.
It was
It
in
was all the
the
same.
it was in the conclusion of that session, and like it was also following up when Nez returned with you guys to New Haven, and he got the title of veteran sergeant from Leandros.
Yeah, I thought he
That
said
Nez was like, I don't feel like I need to hide my face more because he has the scar going down his face from the the blight fire.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought he
yeah, so I
started
missed
wearing
that
the
part.
mask because of that.
No,
yeah,
he
that's
was
what I thought too. He started wearing the
was-
mask because of it.
No, he was wearing the mask originally because he's a changeling. And so he didn't want people to see. Basically, changelings are very shy creatures and didn't want to be able to see his features because the story with the changeling in this was they were hunted for sport because they were being used as infiltrators. So
I got that backwards.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
So when you first met Nez, he wore the mask because he didn't like showing his true face to people. Because if you didn't know who he truly looked like, then he could just disappear if he needed to. But after saving Creed's life and getting disfigured, a scar that he couldn't actually heal away or morph away, he decided just to wear the mask on the shoulder as he got his rank of veteran sergeant from Leandros as he accepted his position in the Resistance. And so that's kind of what it is. So now he has the scar and he wears it proudly, and the mask's on his shoulder as a reminder.
Okay, I got a question to ask you. I'm gonna DM you real quick
Yeah, go for it.
because I don't remember, and you can help me.
Yes. Oh, you want the narrator's help now?
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for, so send it.
While the narrator is answering my question, Okros, your turn. I'll have to come back to Nez. Okros. What is the one thing that only you were able to call me?
Do you not know this? Laura's gonna get highly suspicious because even
I said
she knows
cat.
this one.
Oh no, you didn't say nothing.
It didn't come
I
through
said
Discord.
cat. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
No, it didn't
I
come
didn't see
Yeah,
through.
anything light
No,
up. Oh,
no,
whatever.
yeah, it didn't come through at all, dude. So I was sitting here like, fuck.
I was wondering why you were so quiet. I was like, cat, and then you didn't say anything, and I was like, what?
That's why
Oh,
I
you're
didn't
coming
hear
through a lot
anything.
better now.
Yeah, now you're fine. Yeah.
What the fuck,
I
Discord?
no, we'll give it. Nobody answered for him, and he was able to answer it, so it's all good. Cool. We'll leave it at that. Still gotta come up with one for Nez now. I'll come back
Here,
to
I'll
that.
s-
I have to think of something now.
I can send
That's
you a
fine.
question if you want for Nez.
Sure. Sure.
All right, we'll send it to you here.
Ooh, that's a good one. Hi, Nez. What weapon did we find in the cave at Scorch Temple?
We found the Benelli in the case. It was the model M1014 that was on the paper in the box.
Okay.
So, Nameless, you feel like you have time for one more question before the sun fully sets and night falls in. Because you know that if you all stay up all night trying to figure out who's who, all you're going to do is you're going to get mad at each other and you're going to eventually just fall to pieces under the stress. So, you all agree. You get one set of questions, or you get one more question to ask the group, and you're all going to get something to eat and then get your distance from each other as you all try to ponder your own thing till the next morning.
I mean, I was out of questions, but I can think of one real quick.
If you don't have one, you can also pass. It's also fine.
Does anyone else have a question that they want to ask anybody?
I have one for
Yeah.
Creed.
Just a baby.
I have one for Creed.
All right.
I'm playing another game currently while we do this as well.
Yes.
That's what that was. Creed. What was the thing I wore around my neck for the longest time?
What?
Son of a whore. Now I had us for the longest.
What was the thing I wore around my neck for the longest time?
Don't you ever look at your neck?
This
Why would I?
this would be something you would know. If you want to roll intelligence, see if you falter.
I think we didn't go very far of you wearing. Well, after my attempted prank. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do intelligence. Honestly, I don't know.
Roll it.
That's an 18.
You know she's referencing the 2 copper pieces she wore around her neck until she got electrocuted. And then she took them off.
You wore 2 pieces of copper after I attempted to pull what I thought was a rather funny prank.
Okay.
You did it in an
okay.
effort to make me feel bad.
Yep.
And then
Okay.
that bit you in the ass when you electrocuted yourself.
I didn't electrocute myself, thank you. Alright, that's it for my questions for now.
Let's be real. You did that to yourself.
So with that last question, you guys can see that the light fades out outside, and you all have the same thought process of that if you keep going around in circles, you're going to eventually fall to paranoia and fall victim to the trap that you found yourself in. So you decide to have your drinks, have some food, and try to relax. The provisions are hearty. They're straightforward and easy. Mostly rations and scraps that are able to be put together. The water is at least clean, being pumped in from some reservoir. And you are able to eat and drink without worry about contamination or otherwise. You all head to your respective cots that are all the same distance from one another around the edge of the room. And as you all just kind of begin to relax, some of you still keeping your guard up, some of you not, most of you begin to drift. That is until a high-pitched bell goes off, in the sense of almost like a small handheld ringing bell. Just a bring, bring in the middle of the night as a light lantern lights up in the center of the room over the podium. And sitting on the podium is a small brass cup with 5 wooden sticks sticking out of it. A note sits underneath the brass cup.
Yep. Creed will grab the note and read it.
As he's doing that, is the tabaxi that came out of the potato sack wearing the potato sack still in the same spot?
Yes. I mean, it was moved for you guys to use the table, but it hasn't moved from where it was placed.
But like, from like where like I last basically inspected it.
Yes, it has not moved from the last place y'all put it.
I don't know. That feels like a good conversation piece.
That is a good centerpiece for the table.
It's nothing like a rotting corpse, you know.
Nothing
It
like a
brings
rotting
everything
corpse.
together.
So,
this
Creed, you read the note. It's a short note, and it simply says on it, "It seems we are at an impasse, so I have put in a little balancing act to make it easier for you to make a decision. Since sometimes it's easier to let fate decide or to be able to make a choice without the view of others. In the cup are 5 sticks. A simple paintbrush sits beside them, one for each of you. Whoever you believe to be the imposter, simply write their name on the stick and place it back into the cup. If you believe no one, write no one. And whoever is voted out, one of you will of course go up, shake the cup, and read the names. Whoever has the most votes will have one of 2 choices. Either to argue or remove themselves from the board. If they are who they say they are, nothing could change. They should fall. But every night will have this until you finally step outside these doors. Good luck." And so what seems to be in front of you is essentially that of a same sense of a voting urn, where each of you will essentially decide who exactly you think is guilty of this, or who is the imposter, and you write it down and put it back in the cup. Someone will read them out, and whoever is voted off, essentially, needs to either pay the price or argue their way to freedom. This way you guys can start looking through it. But it seems a short-winded note for such an interesting mechanic seems odd, especially for the Blight Piper.
He wants us to choose.
Yep, he wants us to figure out who's not who they say they are.
Creed's just gonna go around and just give everyone a stick and. So we're supposed to message you with what we put down, or?
Yep. You'll just simply message me
Okay.
with what you write on the stick. And then
Okay.
once it's done, I'll read out what's in it. That's not an answer. You know who I'm talking about. Fine, we'll keep it. All right, one more stick to go in the cup.
While we're waiting, Nez,
Yes.
I have a question. I have a question for you.
What
What's
is it?
in my book?
The names of everyone that you've lost.
He's gonna go from like judgmental to really like fucking morose.
Mm.
You're right.
All right,
Suppose as a follow-up,
go for it. Go to your follow up.
when we had him, shortly after you took that mask off, what did I thank you for?
Oh, fuck, I don't have this in my notes.
This is a good one because only 2 people know about this. So I asked about your notes.
Sneaky boy. Sneaky boy.
Mm-hmm. I actually teared up for this too. So
Yeah, you did. I remember you tearing up. I'm trying to remember this part. Oh, God. This was hot. You thanked me for not having to add another name, I believe it was.
I'm willing to give you credit. I'm willing to give you credit for that. It's pretty close. It was for the. Well, I'm gonna message it. That way you can add it to your notes.
So, the sticks are put into the cup, and the results are read off by one of you. We're not going to go into specifics because I have the messages. You see that 3 of them say no one. Well, 2 of them say no one. One of them says your mother. One of them says I see no traitors. And the last one simply reads the Blight Piper.
Just simply the Blight Piper.
On the stick, yes.
So where does that leave us?
It leads you with the majority saying no one is believed to be the imposter at this point in time. So
Somebody really just with the equivalent of no you.
reverse card. So with that, no one was chosen. The bell rings and the light begins to dim and fade out as you are allowed to go back to sleep. As the morning crosses over and you find yourself on day 2. You know you have 3 more days of provisions until you're finally going to have to either make a choice or risk leaving. So, you've all had a big think over the course of the night. The body has not moved. The blade that was found by Nameless has not moved. Nothing new sits upon the podium, the key still hanging from the chain above it. No new notes. No new packages. What do you do?
Trying to think what else would only 1 or 2 other people would. Oh wait a minute, hang on a second. Look, as I said it, shit, never mind. Can't use the password I gave Aura because I ended up saying it out loud.
Yes, you did.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Huh.
No, I did say. Oh. Well, there's actually only one person that wouldn't know the word password.
Remember, to help you sniff out this imposter, you can use anything in your toolbox. Spells are allowed. Anything that you got that you think can help you solve this mystery is on the table, so to speak.
I want to look at Nez. Creed's gonna look at Nez. Is he wearing his pauldrons?
I mean, unless he's taking them off, he should be wearing them.
All right.
I was going to say, unless, like, it got taken off of me, I would be wearing them.
Well, because and bear in mind, slight meta knowledge, but it's still a valid point. We would have talked about it. Is when we saw Ezrael, he had 2 different outfits on. An undress uniform, and he had what we first encountered him in.
Have we figured out if the Nameless body is dead or if he's even legit?
I mean, Nez went and poked him, and it looks like Nameless. It seems dead, but that was about all he really got off of it. Unless there's something else you would like to look into for it. Like I said, anything is on the table for what you guys are trying to do. It's you are trying to solve this mystery. I'm just here to tell you what you find. Or who you
Trying to
wind up
figure out
killing by
which one
accident.
what.
Can I use an action?
You may.
Primeval awareness.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking to see if there's anything, I guess, evil around. It doesn't reveal the creature's location or number of them, but just tells me whether there's any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead present within 1 mile of me.
Yeah, what the
You
fuck?
do get the sense that there's something in a general direction, but it doesn't feel close. It feels like it's outside this room.
I think they changed the one spell that you said gives you 70 hit points back.
That's your 6th level spell, Heal.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at mass cure wounds.
Yeah, it's the next one down.
Yeah, I found it. Do I want to use this on the body? Is the question.
Remember, it doesn't work on things that are already dead. They have to be mostly dead.
Oh, well, he's mostly dead, so that won't work. I'm gonna send her with this one and try. Where's the originating one? I'm gonna just to make sure it's not like a magic sleep or anything. I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic on the body.
Alrighty. Gonna cast some Dispel Magic. Very good.
At 3rd level.
At 3rd level.
You need a spell die from me?
No, just making sure reading it. You need to make ability check using your spellcasting ability. So that is going to be... That is going to be your D20 plus... I can't remember if it's the +8 or the +4. I think it's the +4 because your modifier. So go ahead and give me a D20 plus 4.
D20 plus 4.
Mm-hmm.
$18.
All righty. So, you do this. Just thinking, making sure I'm putting all my correct words in order. All right, so, or you're doing that. All right. That is happening. Anyone else have anything they're going to do at that same point?
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
Since we slept, is that considered like a rest to our spell slots and that come back?
Yes. Yeah, you should be good for all your stuff coming back.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure since I was pretty actually
Not
low on
having a good
slots.
time. Yeah. So, Aura, you're doing that. Who else is doing anything for their action?
I can't think of anything, to be honest.
Okay.
Short of just stabbing people and hoping for the best.
Well, let's do this. If you have something that you want to do, so if you have something that you were going to do to try and solve the mystery or do something that's going to try and help you find out information, say action. If you wish to pass, just say pass. So I know Aura's doing one. Creed?
Pass.
Pass. Nameless?
On the fence.
On the fence. Nez?
I want to really see it, but how this dispel magic goes before I have I have 2 different ideas right now.
All right. So you just want to pass for right now?
Yeah, I want to pass for right now.
All right. Okros?
Pass.
All right. All right. Nameless. Are you passing or action?
I guess I'll wait till after this.
Okay. So, all of you are still kind of sitting around trying to think of what to do. you're gathering a couple of ration bars, mugs of water, having a very suspicious and very tense morning as you don't know who exactly to trust. Or in a epiphany of sorts, something caught you off guard, so you went over to the body and you cast Dispel Magic, because what else are you going to do at this point? You're just trying to think what could possibly go wrong. And you cast it and you just focus all of your might into the situation for right now. You're trying to reach out and feel for anything that could possibly be active at this point in time. As you concentrate, the eyes of the corpse open. You see it turn onto its back on the table that it's on as its back arches, as you see it gasp for air and start breathing rapidly. Its eyes going all over the place, looking at you, the ceiling, everyone else around you. The rest of your party, you all hear and see the corpse come back to life and just convulse almost as it breathes for the first time in what it looks like it must have been days or however long you can gauge someone can go without breathing. And you can just see this hyperventilating tabaxi sitting on this table, breathing rapidly. Aura, you have first interaction since it was your action. What do you do?
Morning, sunshine. May I ask your name?
The tabaxi's eyes still dart all around the place and is not able to pull itself together to answer you. It seems to be in an extremely panicked state.
I don't know how to get his attention. I don't have catnip.
I don't have catnip.
Are we allowed to have our
Yes.
reactions to it?
Or you're kind of let us hands. You're like, I don't know what to do here. The rest of you now have actions. So whoever wants to go first, call it.
Do you mind if I go first?
Go for it.
His head's gonna snap around at this. And he's gonna scream, "To us!" And he's gonna reach down and kind of fumble at air.
That's fair.
Pure instinct. Zombies don't usually go well. That's his reaction.
All right. Next. Who's next? Anyone else have a reaction to the corpse waking up?
It's not talking right now.
Yeah, it's not talking. It is like hyperventilating and looks catatonic. Pun not intended. It wasn't. I'm actually using medical terms. It just happens to have the word cat in it.
Is if I was to touch the cat that just woke up and cast Identify, could I see why it's not talking? Possibly because of like magic or something, or just because of it woke up and is what you said.
You can see it without even touching it. Is that as you
No,
get
I don't have
close
to.
enough that you can like actually put eyes on it, like without looking past anyone, you can see that it's just panicked. Like you can see its eyes darting all over the place, pupils are dilated, it's hyperventilating. It is just it's freaking out.
So, from my basic artificer medical knowledge, I just know it's just freaking out.
Yes, much as if you were woken up from essentially a death, you would also be kind of shitting your own pants. So it's yeah, you can see it as that they are just panic stricken. There doesn't seem to be any kind of magic behind it. It is just they are not having a good time. Something is incorrect about the situation. Okros, you have anything? Nameless?
I don't really have
I
anything.
think we should probably just be on guard and ready to fight.
All right. So, at that point, I imagine you all kind of gather, not super close, but like close enough that you can see the situation around the table, since it's got most of, if not all of your attentions.
Close enough to poke it with a stick.
Close enough to poke with a stick. Wonderful. I love that phrase. So, Aura, as you see your compatriots kind of rush to your side to see what's going on, you can see that this tabaxi, this individual, is panic. Nez confirms with you and tells you that it looks like they are just panic stricken, that we need to calm them down.
I have a question.
Okay, go for it.
Since it's a tabaxi, would animal handling count?
I
Could be a stretch.
I will say it will work this once because during these kinds of mental episodes, your normal sapience is out the window. You're in a central like return to monkey survival state. So I would say for this instance specifically, animal handling would probably be beneficial because it would be the same kind of uh, methods, I guess is the best terms of doing this situation or dealing with it.
I mean, I only have a +1 in that.
I have a +8 in animal handling.
Oh man, thank God there's a druid who can talk to bears.
I know, I just had to say that I only have a +1 to get her to
No.
look at it.
That's smart. Smart. All right, so in that case, I'll let you use it this one time. Or if you would
So I'm
like to
rolling
roll for
animal
animal handling, sure.
Okay. 26.
All right, with the 26, you see that this individual is just the higher intelligence you see from other life forms is gone as of this point. They seem to be out of sorts in more ways than one. And so you start going through what you've used before in your travels to calm scared and panicked monsters and beasts that would have torn you asunder if you did not take your time and do it the right way. So you do the same thing. You speak softly. You let them have their space. You try to get them distracted. And you're going through the motions. And you're all watching Aura almost have this nurturing side as she tries to calm down this tabaxi and slowly bring them back to a realm of higher thought, to return them back to their normal intelligence, so that they can have a conversation with you. Now, Nameless, Give me a perception check, please.
Perception?
Perception.
Is it with my eyes or no?
With your eyeballs. But it's not a long
Oh, wait.
distance.
It just relies on sight. Doesn't have to be long distance.
I would say for this, if you try to use your goggles, you would be able to really
Okay.
see what you're doing.
Fair
so I'd
enough.
say just with your regular eyeballs.
Dirty 20.
All right. So as Aura is calming down this tabaxi, now that you've had a longer moment to look at this individual, you start to notice some of the details. When Nez originally investigated it, he didn't really bring forth any of the details he found because it wasn't necessary. He was more checking it for his own accord to make his own questions. So now that you're able to stand in front of it and you're seeing it living, breathing, moving, you start to notice a few things that are very odd. For one, they have the same colored eyes as you. Almost pitch perfect. Maybe slightly a shade lighter, but almost exactly the same. Facial structure looks the same. Color of the fur looks the same. Even for some of the spots that seem to be a little lighter, a little darker, kind of in the same general area. And you can see that they have a notch in their left ear, much akin to you. And you remember why you have that notch. It's when the wardens took you originally. It was where the tag they put in your ear sat. And that there was a tabaxi that was with you that looked much like you that was taken by the wardens as well. Someone who matched your physical description just enough to maybe be mistakenly identified as you, who had the same notch in their ear, same eye color, stature, mannerisms. And the light bulb goes off in your head.
Okay, I'll be honest, I'm really not sure what to do with this information.
It's your brother.
Ah.
The brother that was taken, the reason you joined the resistance.
Alright, processing. Is he calm at this point?
He's calm enough. He's definitely not hyperventilating. He's definitely kind of pulled himself back together a little bit. He's trying to talk. It's still very shaky, raspy, almost like it's just like a dusty cavern. He's trying to speak.
I got a dip. The roommate just got fucking stuck under her bed. I gotta go help her.
All right.
She was building it and it fell on her.
Oh, fun.
She just called me. She just called me panicking. So, I'll watch the repeat if I don't make it back.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Don't get hurt by the bed.
I'm gonna try not to get stuck too. Okay, bye.
All right. So, you see that he is calm at this point. Definitely coming down from whatever panic had stricken him. His throat sounds raspy, almost as if dust itself is just coming out, as if he hasn't spoken in quite some time. His eyes still having issues adjusting to the light, the pupils kind of dancing with the lights that jump through the windows. But after a few moments of you sitting there and just kind of waiting as Aura continues to work with him, he eventually becomes calm enough that he can say simple sentences. Water seems to help as he just kind of sits on the edge of the table, still looking around, eyes darting from corner to corner, from face to face.
Oh, what's the fucking word? Google just did not help me.
Google fails me. Google, you son of a bitch.
There it is. Okay. So I am just so flabbergasted at this point, I guess.
Right.
I look like a taxidermy tabaxi. That was the word I was looking for, was taxidermy. Literally frozen in place, mouth wide open, eyes wide, pupils very narrow, because, you know, I'm a cat, so...
When you say
Yeah,
with arms
yeah.
wide open.
Under the sunlight.
At least one arm out. Yeah,
Yeah. All right.
at least.
Fair enough.
I didn't even play the whole thing. Yeah, just kind of frozen there, like to the point to where if someone like grabbed my tail, they could move me, and there would be no other movement. If I
You're
painted that picture correctly,
statuesque.
I don't know if I did. Yes, that.
So this is all something you guys see. Is that you see Nameless is stuck in place. He's become almost frozen, just eyes agape as Aura continues to work with the Tabaxi that has just woken up from whatever they were under.
I now poke the frozen Nameless with a stick. No. I
very
go
good.
walk up and just like, with my hand, I like wave it like in front of like his face, going, "You okay?" Cat got your tongue?
I don't think you understand how committed I am to this bit right now.
Mm-hmm.
So D&D question.
Mm-hmm.
So how against the undead are paladins?
It kind of depends on the alignment and deity you follow. With you just dislike the undead because that's what you've majorly fought, and that was most of the time the bane of your existence when it came out to doing combat patrols. Because you're a paladin in name, not necessarily title, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, that's more of a question: is how much the class affects the person. Is kind of what I guess more of my question.
Again, it depends on your deity, and it depends. It's how far down the rabbit hole you want to go. There are some paladins that are kind of neutral on undead because most of the time they're being brought back not with their own will. It's like just being brought back against your will, and it's like, why should I hate something that doesn't have a choice?
I mean, I kind of I'm trying to think of it from Creed's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a case of, for a lot of people, it would give them a chance to say goodbye.
Yeah,
You know, that kind of thing.
For you as Creed, if I was to hamper a guess, I would see it more from Creed's perspective as an opportunity for closure, but still to be on guard, as you have fought many an undead before that have not liked your presence.
Yeah,
So it's one of those things of that, yes, you see the good in it, you're neutral to them, but that does not mean that you will not fight them.
Yeah, I mean, so is there anything in the room that could be used for like bludgeoning?
Chairs, bed frames, if you break them down, probably like a nightstand, you know.
I prefer something a little bit more handheld.
Would
Chairs are
he
handheld.
be considered undead if dispelled magic brought him back?
You don't know what Aura did.
Yeah, like
That's
all I know is Aura walked over and this corpse just started breathing again. So I don't. Bree has no idea what the
We
fuck is going
we
on.
couldn't see her cast a spell.
I wasn't paying
There's-
attention. Creed wasn't paying
Creed
attention.
wasn't paying attention, at least. The rest of you could have been paying attention or not. That's kind of up to you for the debate on it, because you guys aren't in a massive room where you
Okay.
would have heard it.
Well, then let's do this. One of my favorite enemies is the undead, and I would have advantage checks to recall intelligence about them. So can
Okay.
I roll intelligence about it?
Are you still a statue?
It's all coming back to me.
What's going back to you? What, your ability to move? Like, what's happening?
All of it.
All of what?
Very descriptive.
All of things.
All the things.
I'm being non-descriptive on purpose. I don't know if I want to go back to this or not later.
So, as a statue, you're seeing formulas fly through your mind as you're recalling all the information about the undead that you know, as you cannot speak any of it, as you remain a statue in your own perpetual flabbergasting.
But in my mind, do I know whether or not?
In
he
your
is?
mind, you would know that he is not undead. He doesn't have any of the telltale signs for being undead. You know, it's the one thing you noticed that you now recall, now that you're thinking clearly because your brain is completely shut your body off.
Real quick, if you want to message it to me, because nobody else is supposed to know, that's cool too.
Okay, yeah, we can do that too.
I'm
I
trying
will.
to stay canon here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So also to further add to the whole undead thing, whatever this thing is has got you to shut up, and that's significant. Even when you literally just had to fill out a piece of paper and put in a cup, you were talking shit.
You don't
Sorry,
know that.
write down a piece of wood. Yeah. Really,
don't know
man, I wonder as we're reading off the votes, one of them is, who's the imposter? Your mother. Man, that's real hard to figure out who wrote that one down.
Who could have possibly?
Listen.
So,
Listen.
Creed, you pick up a chair. You are neutral, but you are not apathetic towards the undead. So you're still you're on guard. Your spines are up. You're a little haphazard to it because you weren't really paying attention to what the druid was doing. You were busy doing Creed things, like pondering your existence and how the hell do you keep winding yourself up in these situations. Okros and Nez, you two did notice Aura passing something. And so seeing this tabaxi now up and awake is startling, but raises more questions than answers. Ah, she's returned!
Yeah, she got out. She got
Wonderful.
out. We're good.
You're supposed to
literally
sleep
had
on
to-
the bed, not under the bed. Does she know
I
that?
literally just had to. I literally just had to lift it. I'm like, this is light as shit. Why couldn't you like lift it with your butt? Like I didn't think about it.
Ah, yes, of course. Very good. So, I was gonna say, this is just like a fucking, this is a terrible video scenario. That's all this is. The corn is real. Anyway, so Okros and Nez, did you two have anything to say or do in the matter of this corpse waking up? As you see, well, Nez, you did wave your hand in front of Nameless, try to like wake him up. You see that he is still statuesque. He's not really responding. You see Creed has a chair. Okros, anything adding to the situation?
Okros is going to be rather confused as to why Nameless has frozen at the sight of his, what appears to be his doppelganger, and he's just going to poke Nameless. repeatedly. Trying to get
You
him to leave a catatonic state.
So we got Okros poking him while I'm waving a hand in front of him, going, "Are you there?"
yeah, it's between the two of you
John
poking.
knows this is very peculiar to see Nameless freeze him like this. He's more interested in trying to figure out what's going on there.
So the two of you are trying to poke names, figure out why he's frozen. Or you're just kind of staying to the side. You've been giving this tabaxi water, trying to get it so that he can talk. You're trying to make sure that they stay calm. You're doing your normal druid thing, do no harm kind of thing. Doing your druid stuff. And Creed, you're holding a chair as you're kind of just like, I do, you have questions. So at this point, the tabaxi tries to speak. It's a bit raspy, as he's trying real hard. Where am I? Who are all of you?
Depending on your concept of the soul, I'm a ghost.
I'm a ghost.
It seemed like a ghost and you had me punch you earlier.
Well, if you're
News of
a ghost, then how am I seeing you and the rest of them?
tales of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
God damn it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it, you son of a bitch.
I missed it. What did he say?
Upgrade. You just
The news
I'm
of
sorry.
my tales of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Jesus. And I'm the one that talks shit.
Mhm.
Man, it's not like I said I was part of the Black Parade, though, huh?
Listen, that was amazing, and you know it. That was a perfect execution of that
You
scene.
can't talk shit.
I'm proud of me doing that because I brought it in and I made you just suffer with me, which is what made me smile the most.
But no. So,
Fucking Satanist.
Sadist, not Satanist.
Satanist. I knew what I said.
Wow.
the name that many people know me as well as my title, Lord Commander Creed of Ravenholm.
You have to excuse my voice. I don't know of Ravenholm or you. It's
Sorry, I guess I'm channeling my nameless. My immediate thought was to make fun of the education system.
wow.
And said Creed is just gonna groan. Again. Ugh. Don't suppose you recognize anyone in here?
I see a lion folk, a tabaxi, a sea elf, a man with a bandana, and you. I'm in a room that's dim. I don't really know where I am or who you are. I don't recognize anyone. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to ask of me.
You said you see the tabaxi. The tabaxi doesn't look familiar to you?
They look like a tabaxi. I don't. What are you trying to get me to understand?
Do you remember much of your past?
The last I remember was that I was in this city surrounded by water. And I was being brought somewhere. It was cold and dark, and then I just remember going to sleep and then waking up now.
Do you remember much of your family from your past at all, or is it all black?
I don't remember much, if anything. It's, again, the only thing I remember is small, dimly lit rooms that were clean, and everything's just kind of a blur.
Aura's gonna turn and look at Nameless, and without using his name, she's gonna try and get him to come over.
I am fucking Statue of Liberty it right now. Just saying.
He is
Oh.
stuck standing still.
Ugh.
Is he light? How much does Nameless weigh?
Being a small tabaxi, I would probably say on the line of probably 75, 85 pounds soaking wet.
Aura lift him.
What's your strength?
14 plus 2.
You can give me athletics.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. I feel like that's no.
I would also be dead weight at this point. Let's just keep that in mind.
Yes, you wouldn't be
Dead
dead
weight.
weight, you would just be statue weight. You'd be awkward.
I mean, that sounds heavier.
That's fair. But yeah, so give me athletics.
Rolling athletics.
Roll athletics.
12.
12 in total.
Yeah, that's with the plus 6 I already had, so 12 in total. I rolled a 6 plus 6.
It's a little difficult to move him. It's with the way he's frozen, standing stiff. It's hard to kind of get him to go to one spot. He seems to just be anchored to the floor in his own flabbergasting.
I think we're gonna try this in the Aura way.
Waiting for
Hey,
Okros
Cat.
to pick me up by the tail.
Hey, Cat. I need you to snap out of it. When did you become such a little pussy? We're gonna do this in
The way
Aura
she's
way.
gonna snap Nameless out of his trance is just insult him, just to irk him. It's a solid
I can't argue her
plan.
point.
It's a solid plan. It's just I didn't expect it. I don't know why.
I have to admit, I have to be fully transparent. Intentionally pissing him off is a bold strategy.
It is. It's a bold strategy.
I am impressed.
That's bold strategy. I'm here for it.
It's
All
the
right.
Aura. What else is she gonna do? That's all they do is piss each other off. Anything, Nameless? I got more where that came from.
Nameless, I will give you the choice if you want to roll for reaction against it. If you want to roll.
I'll roll.
You want to roll? All right. Give me.
That's fair.
Give me wisdom.
Just straight wisdom?
Mm-hmm. Wisdom check us or wisdom save.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. They're both the same. Yeah, 7.
You all of a sudden are kind of snapped back as your focus is lost as you notice Nez and Okros who are on either side of you.
No, I got this. Because my arm was like, I was picturing my arm extended out.
Yeah.
Like my palm up, like with the hand out.
Yeah.
She says this, and then my claws just extract.
Very good.
That's all I get out of you is the claws extracting?
Oh, I'm staring you fucking down.
Okay.
Just eyes
Are you
snap
moving?
up and chink.
Are you moving?
He moved
Are
his
you-
head and eyes to look at you, and you saw the claws pop out of his hand. So I would say yes, he's moving.
Ah, there he is. Welcome back, buddy boy. I need you to come here.
I cast Zephyr Strike,
Yeah.
and I am going to scratch the fuck out of that sea elf tuna bitch.
All right. Roll to attack.
Like, I am totally imagining this as, like, I just appear right in front of her face and try to scratch her.
So
She
what?
doesn't even see me move, it just happened.
It's like a Dragon Ball move, right?
Yeah, he's doing flash steps
Look.
over here.
Name a fucking anime and it's in it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can name some that it's probably not.
Dirty 20 for the hit, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that beats beats Aura's AC. So Aura, you're standing for a
Hi.
nameless and you're like, haha.
My AC is a 16.
Yeah, I figured. You're sitting there, you're like, haha, haha, and you see the claws come out. All of a sudden, he disappears from where he was standing, is now directly in front of you, and you just see him get you.
Just bitch slap her
Yeah,
with the claws out.
Just right across the face. You get nice 3 cuts down your cheeky bits.
Well, how? But hey, you're over here, so help me talk to your brother, I hear.
There's no brother you here. You don't know that. Shut up.
Mm.
Oh, I thought it came out. I thought he had told us that he had a brother
No,
that he
he's-
had.
I was statuesque from the moment I fucking realized who it was.
More
So-
before tonight. I thought you had
It's-
mentioned you had a brother.
He hadn't mentioned it. It was part of a flashback he had.
Oh,
He talked about the reason he hates the Wardens and why they're a problem and why he joined the Resistance was because he had bad shit happen to him. But no,
Yeah.
he never told anyone about it. But
I
I
thought he
mean,
had
you could
something
also
bad.
put 2 and 2 together. They look almost the
they
fucking
look
same.
identical.
So, I'll just, yeah, but
11
What are you
damage.
rolling all these
11
shit
damage. Very
for?
good.
So I have to take 11 hit points.
You take
Rude.
To
11
the
hit
fucking
points.
chicken of the sea.
To the chicken of the sea.
Rude. Any whoozle, nameless. Meet Tabaxi with no name, also known as Nameless as of right now. Ironic. With your statuesque appearance, I'm assuming you recognize him. Why?
Because fuck you, that's why. I don't know, walk
No
over
thanks,
to
Nameless.
Creed
Who-
and where the other Tabaxi is.
All
Literally
right.
just turning my back on her.
Yeah.
Nameless, who is he?
And
Nameless.
I have to
Who
describe
is
shit
he?
now. I'm gonna give a side eye glance
Mm-hmm.
by turning my head over my shoulder,
Uh-huh.
just staring into the blackness of her fucking soul,
Mm-hmm.
and then just keep walking.
Very good.
Is there anything throwable anywhere near me?
Like fruit.
I'm gonna grab an apple
Oh, jeez,
and I'm gonna
Mary
whip
Christ.
it at the back of his head.
Roll the hit.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Where do I roll
Apologies.
the hit again?
Give me a D20 plus your dex. Plus your dex
My
bonus.
dex. Where's my bonuses? Oh, plus 0, so that's easy. So just a D20.
There you go.
Look at me go. No math is for me.
No math for you.
It's gonna do me dirty. I already know.
Yep.
Yeah, fucking 4.
Yeah, you pitch this apple and you fucking miss by a mile. It goes right
Yep.
over his head. You miscalculated his height and it just flies into the wall.
Oh, but that'll get his attention because he'll see it hit the wall.
I just keep walking.
Nameless? Tell me who the fuck this is now, please.
I just keep walking. I'm ignoring the fuck out of this bitch. Just walking straight towards the Tabaxi and Creed, because I'm guessing Creed's still standing in front.
Creed's
No,
yeah,
I'm by the
Creed's definitely
tabaxi, am I
standing there.
not?
No, you went
Okay.
towards Nameless, who was not near the tabaxi, because you had to snap him out of it. So
Right.
now what's happening, Aura, is that you're now standing in front of
No, I
Nameless.
said that from across the room.
Shush.
Yeah.
You move towards the statuetic Nameless to get him out
Yeah.
of the stance he was in.
To pick him up, yeah.
You
I
are
forgot
now in front of Nez and Okros, who were kind of looking at you funny when you came up to do that whole thing. And Nameless has now scratched shit at you and has continued walking very quickly because of Zephyr Strike.
Well, I'm gonna.
Shush. Between Creed and the Tabaxi. You've had your thing. You threw an apple at him and you missed.
Okay.
So you're now seeing Nameless stand between Creed and the Tabaxi, as you're now standing in front of Nez and Okros, who are giving you looks of whether entertainment or otherwise.
I have to message you something real quick.
Shoot. Send it.
And yet, we're no closer to figuring out who the imposter is. We have a new friend, though.
Oh, it's a fucking paragraph. I'm sorry.
It's a paragraph. I got. Look at this paragraph. Every time it makes me cry. So, to make sure while I'm waiting on that, so to make sure the scene is set, Creed, you have a chair, and between you and the tabaxi sitting on the table is Nameless, who seems to have woken up from his trance. Nez and Okros, you saw Nameless wake up, scratch Aura, and then walk towards the table in between the tabaxi and Creed. And
Okay, cool.
yeah. Yeah.
So I'm gonna walk right up to him,
Mm-hmm.
kind of grab him by, I guess, what, chest?
Say again? Ah, that's what I thought. The Mike did a goof.
Oh dear.
Ah, you must love it when the mic does an oof. An oof and a half.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I got you now.
Cool. Sorry. I need to stop touching my mic when I'm talking. So yeah, I'm gonna grab him by, I guess, this chest fur.
Yeah.
Kind of yank his head where he's like eye to eye.
Yep.
Right, like nose to nose. And with like a choked up voice, which I can't do with voice mods, so you're gonna have to, say, did I really hear you say you didn't recognize me?
I don't know who any of you are. It's been quite some time since I've been outside of anywhere. I barely remember where I was. I just woke up from a sleep I thought I wouldn't wake up from. All I heard was this melody. And then I never woke up until now.
So you don't remember them taking you from me? and how I was helpless to try to get to you as they were dragging you down that hallway.
Everything is a blur. The only thing I remember from way back then was I had been chosen. I was selected out of numerous few and was being taught something. I just remember being in this city, the middle of the ocean, just being stuck in these small rooms, being shown videos and sounds and being told to watch, to listen. And then one day I'm let out and I'm just following this melody. And then I woke up to a druid chanting over me. Almost like I haven't been able to breathe for ever. Why do you act like we should know each other? Do we look alike? Do we sound the same? I haven't been around many people in quite some time.
I don't understand how you can't remember me, Briar. It was just us two. I I just don't know. How did you forget me?
I wish I knew. All I know is I don't remember the time before the room. It's just blank.
Uh, Nevertheless, it is good to see you again. I thought I never would. I didn't know where you were, what had happened to you. I thought I lost my brother forever.
You keep calling me Briar. Why?
That's your name.
I was never given one that I remember. They just said that I was nameless, that I didn't deserve one. They even took, and you see him reach up to his ear and feel the notch. They took the numbers I wore. I wasn't deserving of anything. But
I have this whole backstory now.
But if you believe my name is Briar, if that we are really the same, then I guess I can believe it for now. I don't have other reason to think otherwise. But I still don't know where I am. It's why am I here? I'm so far away from where they wanted, from what was told. Anyone.
Gonna go ahead and intrude. Creed is going to, as quietly as possible, place down his weapon.
All right. You place down
And
your chair.
I just love the concept of him standing there holding a full chair, like just by one leg.
There.
But it's more a case he's realizing that this is not, in fact, a monster, but an innocent victim in this.
Right.
He's gonna make his way around, and how high up is this table?
It's standard table height. It's probably 4 feet from floor to top.
Well, Reed's gonna make his way around, and he's gonna crouch next to Nameless. You were more than likely brought here by a being known as the Blight Piper.
I've if Blight Piper. I don't remember that name. I don't remember the person who brought me here. He was. Wait. I have something. Or I thought I did. Thought I had a letter. Something. Some kind of paper. And you see him kind of reach into the sack he's wearing as he's rifling around looking for anything. And he pulls it out. And it seems to be a folded up, almost order sheet, so to speak. It simply seems to be a better term is a requisition form. And it has, it's half the sheet. Most of it has been either ripped off or destroyed due to it being held close to the body. But you can see that the date that's on it is about 8 months ago. Now, most of you have been fighting in the Resistance for years. But this sheet specifically that Briar, as Nameless calls him, is holding is dated 8 months previous to where you're standing now. And Briar simply holds it up and goes, "This was given, or I found it, in the vehicle they took me in. One of the men dropped it. A large thing, wore blue and a helmet with no eyes. It seemed to drop this paper, and I picked up, stuffed it into my shirt, and hoping that maybe it would tell me what was going on. It told me nothing. I can't read any of it. It just became something I would keep."
Do you mind if I see it for a second?
If you can help me read it, then of course. Here. And you can see his hand kind of shakily holds out the paper towards you.
Green's gonna give him like the gentlest smile he can. I'll do my best.
While that's happening at this point, I'm Nameless is gonna be so overcome with emotions. I just drop to the knees, slowly, like sobbing.
Yes. So you take a look at it, Creed. You start reading it over. What you can read is that it does seem to be a requisition form. The date is, as stated, about 8 months previous. And that you can see that a lot of letters have been smudged, the paper's been torn, bits and pieces are kind of missing. Is like the top left corner is all that's really survived, and it's not much to go on. But you do see one thing on there that definitely sparked your interest, I guess is the best thing. it says on the top row, 1 times agent, 15 pounds blight fire compound. And the rest is incomprehensible and illegible. As you read the words blight fire, you suddenly flash back to the infirmary as you were staring at an incendiary device laid underneath the corpse of a woman you were trying to save. You have a flashback of Nez pulling you to safety as the fire raked across his face and gave him quite a large disfiguring scar that he now wears with pride. You remember the smell of it, and that as you're holding this paper, you can almost smell that same compound again.
Creed's just gonna do like the reassuring, like, shoulder pats. Nameless just breaks down next to him. And then Creed is going to look at Briar and again give him a reassuring smile. What's more important? For you to know that the information is important, or what it actually says?
If it helps me understand what's happened, I don't remember anything. I just remember going to sleep.
It appears they were transporting something used to cause pain in another city, called the Blightfire Compound. This is important. I think what you should do now is take your time. And he's gonna, like, where's Aura in relation to this going on?
So if you're looking at Briar,
Mhm.
Aura is to your right about 10 feet next to Nez and Okros. Like the three of them are kind of standing together.
Creed gonna turn and make direct eye contact with Aura.
No.
And then he's gonna give her like a little head jerk towards Briar.
She's gonna give you her Creed that like confusion look and then walk towards.
So, Creed, you make eye contact with Aura, or you start walking over to Creed. Creed, what's your interaction with Aura?
As she's walking over, he's going to turn back to Briar. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to show this to someone who will probably be able to share more information about this. All right?
If it helps, that's I would like it back.
Of course.
So, are you basically trading place with Aura, essentially?
Yeah, I'm trading places with someone who can basically just keep
cool.
him going.
So you're doing that, or you're walking towards Creed to kind of like tag out.
Yeah.
Nez and Okros, give me perception.
That's not a good sign.
Right.
I was going to ask one of them for help too.
I just want to see if they see what's going to happen.
I'm not excited about this.
Oof.
That makes
That's
that
a
even
seven.
worse.
Oh my god, I got a nat 20.
All
Did
right.
you?
Someone did.
Yes, I
What's
did.
what's your
God.
total?
That's a 23 in total.
23 in total. Thank you. So, Okros, you haven't really moved from your spot. You've been standing next to Nez as you've been kind of observing this whole thing because it's just odd. And you're a wholesome fella, but you know, coincidences sometimes aren't the greatest things to ever happen. And you see Nez standing next to you. You see Creed is walking towards you as Aura's going towards Briar. as Creed has asked her to come over to stand with him. As Creed has something in his hand, he wants to show both of you. As Creed is starting to walk away, you have seen Nameless has fallen to the ground, fist clenched, and is just like angry sobbing. Like he is just overcome with these emotions of that he is just processing almost in moments as he's trying to understand everything that has happened. That his brother's been here for 8 months. His brother doesn't recognize him. He's finally seen him again. And it's just all of this happening all at once. And all of a sudden you see Nameless stand up and run towards Creed. As he jumps up and uses Creed as a backboard, launching himself towards the center of the room.
The key.
Nez, you don't see this happen in quick enough to react. Okros, you see this almost in slow motion as you feel like you have the opportunity to try and do something, but you know your distance is going to be an issue. But or you're even caught by surprise as you see Nameless bolt past you and jump off Creed as he's starting to sail towards the center of the room where the key hangs. So Okros, you feel like you get one moment to try and do something. And it will be your choice on what you do, whether it is something or nothing. Because you don't know what his motivation is, but this is what you are seeing.
I have an out of character question quickly.
Sure.
Are we able to cut the key down, just not use it?
I
Or
mean, it's on a
does it have to
chain that you'd have
remain-
to actually like pull it off the chain. I mean, I guess in technicality you could pull it off the chain and not use the key and just have it like not up there, but
I just wasn't sure if there was a rule that if it came off the chain, it game over.
no, if you open the door, that was the
Okay.
caveat.
Okay. How thick is this chain?
I would say 1/4 inch links.
So is it able to be cut through? Or no?
Not easily, not without like bolt cutters. I mean, the key itself is on what looks to be some kind of hook on the end of it. Just the chain is suspended from the ceiling. That makes sense.
Can it melt easily?
I mean, if you have something that can possibly melt metal, you could potentially do something to either break the links or not essentially melt through unless you have a high level like welding laser, but you could mayhaps like heat it up to make it so it's malleable if someone has high enough strength.
So flame blade wouldn't cut through it, probably.
No, it wouldn't cut through it. You could use it to cut through it over time, mayhaps.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking of something I could swing out, like lash out last
No,
second.
it
and knock
is not
the
a
heat out
last
and-
second like insta cut. Like no, it's not how that works.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to knock the key down so Nameless couldn't get it.
It's not a lightsaber hand.
Okay.
But
Back
you
again.
also are not having that kind of reaction. You're seeing him jump off Creed, which is catching you by
Okay.
surprise. Okros is the only one that seems to have really caught on to what was happening in that instant and gets to try and either take an action or not. So, Mr. Okros.
No pressure.
I am going to snap into a raid and use Primal Leap to intercept him.
All right. At this point in time, I will need... So, we'll start with this. Mr.
Or
Nameless.
Instinctive Pounce, sorry.
Either potato. Mr. Nameless, what skill check will you be using to complete this act?
I'll use acrobatics.
Okay. So in
I'm
that,
kind of flying in the air. Kind of
Yeah.
makes sense, yeah?
yep. So in that instance, Okros, you use the leap to gain the distance you need, but you still need to catch him in the air. So you're going to need to roll a opposing acrobatics with your bonuses from rage, etc. So, this instance, both of you roll me your acrobatics, and we'll kind of go from there. All right. So, Nameless, your acrobatic score, sir.
I rolled on that 20.
What's your total?
24.
Very good. Mr. Okros, your rebuttal.
I mean, I'd argue tackling him out of the air would be athletics over acrobatics. But
It's more of to keep things simple, just going against skill to skill. Because you have to catch a not only size category smaller than you, Tabaxi, but also trying to fly through the air to catch him as well. It's a little bit more of, in this current circumstance, he's slippery. But your roll, sir, was your result?
I have a +3 in acrobatics, and I rolled a 19, so that's a 22. And then
You were
how
two
does my
off from meeting
rage?
it.
Well, how does my rage affect that? Do I get a bonus from rage to that check?
Doesn't your, if I remember correctly, rage gives you advantage on all physical skills while under its effects. If I remember correctly. Here, let me.
No, it's strength checks and strength saving throws.
Okay.
So that's a dexterity check, so it wouldn't count.
Right. Fast movement increased by 10. You move up to half your speed. What's your subclass?
That is Path of the Juggernaut.
Path of Juggernaut. All right, very good. Bam. Make sure I'm just not missing anything. Resolute Stance, Demolishing Might, Thunderous Blows, Hurricane Strike. No, so you're just currently dealing with a very slippery tabaxi as you're jumping through the air. So you get close. You definitely grab onto him, but you're not able to like pull him down. You're kind of like holding onto him as you're flying through the air, as he's fast and small and you're fast and not small. So you guys just kind of like collide and keep going. Because Nameless, Okros kind of caught you on the back of your legs trying to intercept you. You can try and get yourself out by trying to, acrobatics your way out of it again. Or because he now has a hold on you, we're going to say that it's going to be athletics. Because he's going to just be clamping down on you like a vice. So you two are both flying through the air currently. You can see the key is just within your small tabaxi arm's reach, and you really want it. What are you going to do about it?
That was athletics to roll that.
Yep. You're gonna try and, but you're trying to like just wiggle out of his grip enough that you can reach out further to get what you want.
I guess I'll roll that.
All right. Roll it.
21.
21. All right. Rex, at this point, you're holding on for dear life onto the tabaxi. So this is where you'll roll your opposing athletics to try and hold on to him tightly with your big old biceps.
That is. Well, that's a strike pick, so I get advantage on that.
Yes.
So that is my second. That is a total of 26.
All right.
I got a 4, and then I got an 18, so it's a good thing I had advantage.
So you both continue flying through the air, and Nameless, you've reached out for the key, and your fingertips hit the bottom of it as it kind of jingles on the chain. And you see yourself starting to fall away from it as you just feel the big ol' arms of Okros around your thighs, essentially, as you both start to come down the other side of the arc of your leap as you land into the floor with a thump, kicking up dust everywhere, shoving over chairs, and sliding into a bed frame, knocking it askew.
Ah, good old ad break. I am thinking. I'll just go with it.
All right.
At this point, I'm yelling at Okros. No, what are you doing? We need to get out of here. He needs to die. He needs to die now. Let me go. Get the fuck off of me.
Explain yourself.
I need to open the door. I need to go kill this motherfucker. And it's playtime's fucking over.
You realize you open that door, we all die.
Says who?
Unless you magically know who the imposter is, Nameless, I suggest you don't touch that fucking key.
You think there's still an imposter? There's no fucking imposter here. It's fucking games. He's keeping us trapped. He needs to die. I'm getting the fuck out.
You think so?
I'm gonna walk right up to his fucking doorstep and make him know how Creed feels.
You really want to take that risk? The Blight Piper may be many things, but not once has he ever fucking lied to us. That I recall.
He plays games. This is a game.
This is
It's
one
been a
hell of a
game.
fucking game. Nameless, for once in your fucking 9 lives, I need you to think rationally.
Don't you think that's what I'm doing?
By
There's
catapulting
no fucking
off of-
jokes, no fucking sarcasm, no bullshit. I'm getting the fuck out of this room. And he's going to die.
Well, you'll be the only one walking out of here. At least that's my consensus. Anyone else walking out behind him? Anyone else want to risk all of our lives because Nameless here thinks this is all a giant game? Which it is, but he's playing the wrong game.
Out of character, you said the sun went below the horizon. How do we know? Do we have a window?
Yeah, you got like little window slits about like 6 feet up. Right now it's about noon-ish that you can tell. with your special Creed eyes.
Well, yeah. Took the feed for it. So, shit, he wouldn't know that. Out of character, I have a question for the Artificer.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mr. Stealth. Do you know anything about architecture?
No, like architecture was not something I put like on my character.
You would
We
know
got wind.
like basic building stuff, but not like
Like, yeah,
specifics.
Well, if we have windows, we can't be too far down. If
No,
we
enough.
can, because the thing is, it's if we open the door, we die.
Not an actual window. It's like window slits. Like,
But no, that's my point. Is if he knew about like architecture, he could probably estimate how far down or in we are.
I was gonna say, the best we got is aura wild shaping to crawl through the window slits.
Yeah, well, that still only gets you out. So, okay, there goes the idea. Yeah.
I mean, if we need an alternate entrance made in the structure,
Creed is still trying to get his balance back as this fucking cat projectile itself off of his back. So.
Yeah, so you guys are standing at a decision. Nameless really wants to take the key, open the door, and find the piper and make him eat his own bagpipes. Aura believes that if you do that, that you'll be playing the wrong game and you risk getting yourselves or others killed. As in the note, he did say that if he is able to leave this room, as he is hidden amongst you, that he'll make the fires at Thurible look like a fireworks parade. So whatever he has planned is something much worse than what you found in the infirmary.
Because we could have aura wild shape and go surveil and then come back, but I don't know how much of a stretch of the rules that is, because technically we didn't use the door. Not all of us left.
But as you said, he knows his games. Do you really
Yep.
want to risk a loophole?
It's bad if fucking Nameless loses his shit and sneaks out in the middle of the night.
This is what comes down to you guys acting as characters, figuring out what's the best course of action based on the information you have in front of you. So, you know where everyone stands at this point in time, or at least you know where the main actors currently in this scene stand. What do you guys do? What are you gonna do about it?
Oh, Close, do me a favor. Can you pick me up, please?
okay.
Yes, please let me go.
Raise me up to the key so I can grab it.
Why should anybody hold it?
Because the one person he won't touch is me, and he's not getting this key.
I fucking scratched you earlier. Let's
You're
let's
gonna
just
reach
hold on to
into
that.
my Nameless. You're gonna reach into my top to grab it.
Gross.
Apparently, you don't realize how bad I need to get out right now.
You don't need to go anywhere, Nameless.
The fuck I don't.
You do not. Do you have a rational thought in your brain right now? Are
Well,
you
I'm not trying
acting
to
on?
talk to a dead bear, am I?
No, but you're acting on pure impulse and losing your fucking mind. You're better than this. You think clearer than this. This isn't you. This is what the Blight Piper has made you into. You don't even need a fucking shotgun in your hand right now because you're already throwing rounds. Like, I thought I was the impulsive one. I thought I was the one that made stupid decisions. Why am I the one talking you off a ledge right now, Nameless? So I suggest you go sit down and you actually rationally think of what you are about to try and get us all to do. Whether it's a game and he's not actually in here or not, do you really want to risk your life, your brother that you just reunited with's life, as well as all of ours? Just because you aren't thinking clearly right now? Because if by all means that's what you want to do, then we're a team. We act as a team. But just know that our lives are in your hand if you make this call and we follow you out that door.
Then just let me out.
Nope. Rules say as soon as that door's open, it's endgame. If we don't have the imposter.
The rules say if he leaves the room.
Mm-hmm. And we still don't know if you're you either. So this is a double jeopardy.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not. Everything you've done after I woke your brother up isn't what Nameless would do. So those are red fucking flags and a bullshot.
Yes, because I've seen my brother again after 8 months in a different scenario where you've been able to witness that. You're absolutely fucking right.
Yeah.
You don't know what I would do at this point. You don't know how fucking pissed off I am at this point. So don't sit there and tell me that this isn't what I would fucking do. You don't know that.
You're right, I don't know that, but the Nameless I do know thinks rationally. Regardless of what we're
Right, cough,
dealing with.
7 years. Sorry, you're right. He was in the room for 8 months. You're right. My bad.
Regardless of what we're dealing with, Nameless, you've always thought rationally to everything. How you've questioned me on choices I've made because I wasn't thinking clearly. Your life has been in fucking danger, and you've thought rationally. Right now, nobody's in danger as long as that door stays shut. You really want to crack that door open and risk it?
More than you know.
Okay. Okros, lift me up, please. Get me the key.
Okros 2.
I mean, he has to let me
I
go
am
in
not
order to grab you and
labeling
lift you up.
any of this.
No, he wants that key. I'll get him the key and I'll hand it to him personally. He wants to put us all at risk. Our lives are on him.
No, Creed's gonna be upright. Whatever you're going to do, just fight amongst yourselves. Nez, with me. Gotta go to another section of the room.
I walk over to Creed.
Appears to be Nameless's brother. Took this note from whoever had him last. Man in blue with a helmet that didn't have a mouse slit.
Didn't have eyes.
Sorry, didn't have eyes, yeah. Do you remember it was eyes or mouth? Don't suppose that rings a bell. But I'll pass along the note to him. See what he thinks.
So, Nez, you are handed the note from Creed. You can see that there are stain marks on it. You can see the date. You can see that it says on the requisition slip 1 times agent 15 pounds Blightfire compound. And even when you hold the paper, you are immediately brought back to pulling Creed away from that incendiary device. You remember the smell, you remember the feeling as that flame crept across your face. It stuck with you. And seeing that name on the paper with that smell tells you that wherever this stuff was going is not good in any of the slightest.
I'm just like having that flashback. I'm just gonna look up at Creed going, this is not good if this many pounds are going somewhere. Because there's no way that's what we saw at Thurble.
This is from quite a while ago.
So this note, for context, out of character, so you guys can play this accordingly. This note progenerates the Thurble incident. In the Thurble incident, as you were working on disarming the devices, you can remember that they didn't have massive amounts of ordnance in them. They were mostly packed with stones and weights to make it seem like they were crates full of medical supplies. The actual devices themselves were relatively small. The canisters that held the Blightfire compound, that you could tell if you were to give it a guesstimate, were probably about, I don't know, I would say about a quarter of a pound to a half a pound of compound each mixed into these vials, and each crate had about 4. So you were looking at 6 crates, looking about a pound each. So you're looking there, you disarmed about 6 pounds of Blightfire compound that you're aware of, guesstimation wise. The device that nearly took Creed out and nearly took you out was only about a quarter pound. So put that into scale of that, you have about 8 to 9 pounds of this stuff still floating around somewhere, if you're just to believe that amount is out there currently.
Okay. So like I was like kind of correct in my thought that there was still some out there, but like not as much as I thought. But still more than Thurble.
It is significant. You, after going through your studies and having done more artificer work after Thurble, is that you can safely assume that the amount you saw at Thurble was major overkill for what was trying to be done. One of those would have been enough to do what the Piper wanted, but the fact he had 6 of them in that building meant that he was trying to really send a message, or to really just push the nails in, so to speak. So the fact that he had 6 times the amount in that building, and now he can make 9 more of those devices, who's to say where they are?
Oh, sorry. So Creed, I think there's still a lot more explosives because of, granted, if this was from Thurble and some of that was there, there's no way all of that was used for this 15 pounds. And with how that explosion happened in there, we know he didn't need that much. So we need to figure out where he's planted the rest of this.
Are you looking at Creed or the note right now?
I'm like going back and forth between like looking at Creed and the note, like as I'm like still just like in shock of the 15 pounds.
You would notice Creed heads up for a second, and his eyes kind of widen. If if you were to have that, based off of what you saw, Where would be the best place to store it? Would it be a cool, dry place? Protected from the elements?
If it's like any other combustible compound, that would be an easy answer from an artificer of yes.
Yeah.
Of yes. It's keeping it away from literally anything that can touch it forever before you're ready to use it.
Well, no. Do you understand the point I'm making?
The place we're currently in, which is a very cool and dark place.
Protected from the elements?
That's with only small slits.
Limit
I
the
wonder-
exposure could have to the sun?
I wonder if pulling on that chain ignites it. So as soon as we touch that key.
I hadn't even thought about that. I was just trying to go for some information for roleplay. Crap.
And that's why it's a chain, not a string. Because you can't just cut through it.
And you wanted me to lift you to it.
So, Creed, you and Nez have this realization in the corner of the room as you can hear Nameless and Aura still having a standoff about the key, as Okros is, I imagine, Okros, you're standing by as like a mitigator / referee at this point between the two of them.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so Creed and Nez, you guys have this epiphany in the corner all of a sudden. What do you do about it?
I'm gonna yell out, "Don't touch that chain!"
Now we flip over to the other two. As Nameless and Aura, you two are having a bit of a spat between the use of the key and who needs it, why you need it. You want to take vengeance on the Blight Piper. You want to play out the game, make sure no one gets hurt, blah, 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 etc. Okros is kind of standing next to the two of you, trying to be a mitigator. Make sure neither of you...
Oh, no, I firmly believe he has me, like, grasped in his fucking paw.
More than likely. His paw is like the size of
Yeah.
your head. So
Am I allowed to make
Yeah.
a recommendation? He's got you like you pick up cats by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm picturing.
Yeah. He's just...
It's like, it's like, no.
Like, did you not see the gift that I put in the,
Yes,
the
I
chat
saw
here?
it.
Like,
Yeah, that's
that's
basically what
exactly how he
happened.
has me. Yeah.
Yeah. And just caught
Yeah.
you by the back of the damn neck. So yeah. So you two are standing there as you're having this back and forth about who wants the key, why do you need it, should we open the door, should we not, who are we putting at risk, why should we, you should be thinking rationally. You guys are having this back and forth like you just had. Now, do either of you do anything? Because Nameless, as expressed, you really want that key. You
I'm
really
trying to get
want to
Okros
grab it.
lift me to. I'm trying to get Okros to lift me up so I can take it off the hook and give it to him.
You're trying to convince Okros to lift you up. You're also trying to convince Nameless that he doesn't need it because you want to play the game out. So in this instance, the both of you have your sides of what you are trying to do. Are either of you going to do anything? Like, are you guys going to take actions? Are you going to try and like role play it out, or what's the deal? Because both of you want the key for
Yeah, I
different
got
reasons. Just tell me
I
what
got
you want.
something.
What you got?
I want to cast Find Traps on the door.
Find traps on the door. Okay.
I also had that once upon a time. I no longer do.
I believe that just...
So, and just to clarify, to say a trap for the purpose of the spell includes anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect you would consider harmful or undesirable.
You don't sense anything on the door.
You should have done it on the chain.
You shush your mouth. Stop metaing.
I haven't heard Nez at this point, right?
You have not heard Nez. Like him and
Okay,
Creed.
because
so
like
why would
this
I think
happened
there
the
was even-
exact same time, right?
Yeah. So
That's
him
out of
and
character.
him and Creed had gone to the corner and they were doing their thing and talking about what was going on and the note that Briar had. And so they're having their own back and forth and they're talking very inquisitively about this. And so you cast find traps on the door. You don't sense anything on the door.
Right, so I would know there was nothing wrong with the chain, so I'm casting at the doors. I think the door is still the problem.
Exactly. Yeah, so you cast at the door. Nothing is on the door that you can sense.
See,
And
the
when
door
you
is fine.
say
There's
this-
nothing there. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, never mind. You just answered my question.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna roleplay it, yeah. So, see, there's nothing on the door. He's not even gonna know if we leave. Let me just out the fucking door. I'm serious.
No.
So I hear him say this, and then I hear Nez shout, "Don't touch the chain!" Right?
So, yeah, essentially at that same point in time, as neither of you are taking actions to go for the key, right? Like last second decisions in the role play.
No.
Neither. Aura, nothing. Not going for the key. Just
I mean, there's not much that I could do. I would have to roll
No, I'm
athletics
not going
against
to the
a
key.
barbarian that's
Okay.
raging. So,
it's more of I'm making sure that everyone's getting their fair shake in this role play session before I start, getting information out. So, you say there's nothing on the door, or you're still saying, all right, great, not going to touch the fucking door, not going to touch the fucking key. Like, we don't need this. Okris, as you are holding Nameless, you suddenly hear Nez in a panicked voice, mind you, which is unheard of from Nez in most cases, yell across the room, don't touch that fucking key.
Well, Okros is getting impatient with this whole situation. With the knowledge that the door is fine and we can't touch the key, Okros is simply going to set Nameless down, pivot, walk over, and Sparta kick the fucking door.
so are you doing this like a slow like trot over, or is it just you just gonna fucking ram it?
I am pretty much rushing up to kick it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okros has gotten fed up with the games.
You go to kick the door, and the door doesn't budge. Well, we'll put in more specifics. It budges, but it doesn't fly open like you normally would expect the door to do. It's not because you're pushing against the pull door. It's just that you go to kick it, and you feel it move. You know that you put enough force behind it, but it hits something that is behind it that you can't see that stops it from opening. Like as if there is a force behind it keeping it closed.
I have improvised weapons, so I'm gonna pick up a stool and I'll smash out the window beside of them.
So you go to smash out the window, and as you have surveyed the room, let me give you another picture. Is that this room that you're in is 20 by 40 feet, and the ceiling is about 10 feet high. You have these almost crawl space like windows that are about 8 feet off the ground that let the light come through ever so gently and a little bit of ventilation just to kind of let the air move around naturally. Past that,
So, like,
there's
basement
no
windows?
kind of there's no window at like chest or waist height like you normally see, put it in that sense. These windows are about 8 feet up then and are letting the light in and letting air in, as you can feel, but you can't, there's nothing at chest height that like a normal building would have.
Have you been in a house built in like the 60s or 70s where it has a basement with the itty bitty little windows at the top?
Yep.
Yeah,
Kinda
what I
like
was
that.
thinking of.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's think like crawl space basement-esque windows, like little, about like probably foot tall, 2 feet wide. Just like little tiny rectangle. So you go to pick up the chair, and I'll say that you just beat the door in again. You try your damnedest, because that's all you can see in front of you, Okros, is that you fucking hate this door. You want it gone. You want out of this building. You're done with this fucking shit. You are fed up to the gills, if you had them, of this situation you're in. And you hit the door again, and you feel the metal give. You feel it move, but again, something behind it is pushing back. It may be a good idea to try and find out why. Oh, by the way, the rest of you do see Okros just beat the shit out of this door and it not go anywhere. Let that sink into your minds for a second.
That's because
You want to think of this grab it and rip it off its hinges then.
All right. Give me athletics at advantage because you're still raging.
That is a 19.
All right. So you just grab this door. You grab the metal rods that make up a part of the truss in the center, and you just turn and pull as hard as you can. And you see these significantly smaller than you thought bolts holding it to the stone that makes up these walls. It just come off and break in your hands. And as you're holding the door and you look back at where it is, all you see is packed dirt.
so the only way out is the fucking window.
The door was never real.
Shocking. Or she's gonna throw her hands up in the air and be like, well, fuck. Now we've really done did it, and the door wasn't even fucking real.
So I'm gonna look at the door
No.
and look up at the key. I go, well, obviously that doesn't fucking matter anymore. Why am I not touching the chain?
Because we go boom. Meta, of course, but
Because there's a possibility that that chain is just a trap to set off what was left of the explosives that we saw back at Thurible.
Well, let's find out. I would like to then cast Find Traps on the chain.
You do. You cast it, and in your mind, you start to see these glowing lines leading from the chain. And the line goes up into the ceiling, and it starts to spread out in 9 different directions, leading to 9 specific spots above you, all spread out on the top of this room.
Oh. Oh, yeah, no.
what do you see, Nameless?
It's exactly as said.
The chain is a trap. Okay.
There's at least 9 different places that this goes.
Mhm. So what now?
So
Aura,
door's not
as
an option.
so
Go
Aura,
ahead.
as you say that, you say, "Well, what now?" Briar's still sitting on the table, and you're all just kind of standing, thinking, because the door's not real. Okrus is still holding the door and looking at the compacted dirt. Nameless has looked into the trap and found that the chain connects to 9 different devices. Nez is
Banhammer.
holding.
Sorry, that wasn't supposed to be. Apologies.
Let's go.
All right. Nameless screams banhammer. Nameless sees 9 different devices. Nez is holding the paper, is reading it, and is a little bit panic stricken in his face, along with Creed, who just seems tensed and sweating and nervous. And you're all just kind of waiting, because you're all just letting that question hang in the air until you hear a thump. Just a thump of something falling from somewhere onto what seems like the floor.
Briar fell on the floor.
You hear Briar call out, "There's a tube over here."
A what?
A tube fell.
Or it's gonna turn and look at what Briar's talking about.
He points from his table, and you see a open-ended metal tube has fallen. It looks like a pipe almost has fallen from what looks to be the ceiling and is on the ground. And you see that there is some paper sticking out one end of it.
Alright, who wants to read this fucking ominous piece of paper now?
I'll
Okay,
pick it up
yes.
and read it.
All right. Nez, you pick up the tube. You see that it's closed on one end, open on the other. You just pull out the paper, yeah?
Yeah.
So when you pick up the tube, you hear jingling inside. It's strange sounding, not anything too unfamiliar. It seems to just like metal pieces hitting each other. You pull the paper out, and it seems to be a small note. And as you tilt the tube, a pocket watch falls into your hand behind it.
Oh, fuck.
The
Love
note,
that for
the note just reads, "Well, the game was fun. But, as you see, time comes for us all. You can't escape it, much like the ticking of a clock and the collection of death and taxes. So I'll leave you with this memento of my favors of being such favorable opponents. I only wish you had figured out sooner. As if you're reading this, then I've already begun what I've set out to do. Until we maybe see each other again, the Piper." And you listen to the pocket watch, and it's ticking. And you open it, and you see that it is set to 30 minutes from 12. And it is counting down.
Is this like IRL?
It's going to be in-game minutes, but I am tracking it.
It's like, because we have 37 minutes.
Also,
No.
Carson's fun fact of the night is
Ooh.
Senosilicophobia is the fear of an empty glass. She says she needs a margarita.
Is that a way of telling me to refill my bourbon? Because
Yeah, I was. 'cause
Mayhaps.
I'm out.
I was just about
Mayhaps.
to say, that sounds like a way to tell people they need to drink.
cheesy, mayhaps.
All right. So
I want to say nameless. Where are the traps?
I'll point them out as best I can.
Yep, you point them out as best you can as your spell kind of fades in and out as it's reaching its duration. And you kind of just point general directions of where these devices are, or so the trap, your trap sense is telling you where they are.
All right. Because I'm having a feeling that this clock is when those are going to go off for us.
makes sense.
And we still have the window slits, right?
Mm-hmm. You do.
And dirt to burrow through. Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Hmm.
I mean, you look at all that, and then you haven't seen a way into this room. So how'd you get down here?
That's what I would like to know. How did we get in this predicament?
I wonder, newspaper girl.
I need a D4.
Hey, Mamas.
No,
A
you
2
can't shoot the
again.
wall.
A 2 again. Reroll.
Yes.
I'm using a lucky.
Using a lucky? 3.
No, I'll do. I was to say I'll do the 2 again. I really didn't do it the first time. I messed up my drinks. I'll do 2 again.
Cringe.
All right. Okros, how thick are those windows?
When you're asking how thick, are you asking like
Well,
how
he's
thick
the
the
only one
glass is, or like how wide are they so you can like fit through them, or
Like, just generally how thick they are. Like, can we break through them? He's the only one
Oh,
who can
you're-
reach them.
you're asking how like thick the glass is or the
Yeah,
bars?
like,
Okay.
You know, like, cause like I said, he can reach them. He can stick his finger up there and tap and kind of give a best estimate.
Okros, you can tell that they're just basic grates. What it feels like, nothing super impressive. You could probably punch them out with your fists, since you are the strongest boy.
And I also have advantage against structures.
That as well. So
You actually.
yes, he does.
Yes, as the Juggernaut, I have tried to imply this multiple times.
He does get double damage against constructs and structures.
Huh.
Yes.
Oh, so real quick.
Yeah.
Obviously not in the game. You guys are all off the hook, and you're welcome. Because Mrs. Reed is sleeping, and in 3 minutes I was going to have you all sing happy birthday, but she's sleeping, so you're off the hook.
All right.
Oh, fair enough.
Nothing says I'm special like a bunch of weirdos on the internet singing you songs.
I mean,
Yeah, but she likes all you weirdos.
yeah.
She doesn't know me very well.
Why?
Shut
Who
up,
knows?
Michael. Why? That's a question for later.
But no. So I'm thinking. Out of character, I'm thinking that he's going forward with his plans, and like we have to let them know. Like we have to get word that this dude's about to do some bad shit to this town, even if we don't make it out. Which, we're the characters, we're gonna make it out somehow.
So now the big question is the same question that Aura brought up: is how'd you get down here in the first place?
Man can shapeshift. I'm sure he could teleport.
Yeah, he cannot teleport. I'll bust that fucking bubble right now. He cannot teleport. He cannot teleport multiple people to double crump that shit. That
Check
is
the floors.
Everything
happened
keeps
was he-
falling.
What do
He
you want
threw
me
us into a
to?
pit and then built the house or the building around us.
yes. He built it around you in hours. It's all made of cardboard and trickery.
What do
Maybe
you want me to
could be.
roll to check the floor for trapdoors?
You mean the ceiling?
There could be a tunnel that leads us outside from underneath the place we're in.
Listen, let her cook. Let her cook. She could be onto something.
Well,
I could tell you if she is or isn't, but that would spoil my fun. So I'm gonna.
I think that'd be investigation personally.
Yes, it is
Is it
investigation.
investigation? It's investigation.
It's investigation. You're investigating.
Fuck! It was almost a 20. It's a 10.
Ooh. You find a bunch of floorboards that look like floorboards. Brother, ew. What is that,
Somebody else
brother?
do it.
Or
Brother,
looks like a
ew.
room.
It's made of
You
room.
heard it here first. The floorboards are made of floor.
The floorboards are
Yeah.
made of floor, and you see that there is dirt in between the floorboards. You find nothing of interest.
This is a boo because I know there's something with the floor. Somebody else do it. Orange is gonna start fucking
I'm
stomping
just
around on the
imagining her
floor.
sitting on the ground, pawing at it pathetically, going, somebody else do
Orange is gonna
Someone
get.
do it, please.
Orange is gonna get up, start stomping around, listening for an echo.
You won't find one, but if it makes you feel better, you can keep doing it.
I'm going to.
Fair enough.
So I'm trying to hint to them that they need to check the floors too. Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have ideas? You're now at 29 minutes.
Elfros would be starting to search the ceiling to see if there was a trapdoor or something.
So we can't break the glass.
Oh, you can
Okay.
break
No,
it
we
out.
can.
It's just the windows are very small. The only person that could probably fit out of it is you.
Or if she's
That
wild
was-
shape.
Or a wild shape,
That was.
yeah.
Well, you're too busy stomping on the floor. That was
Oh,
gonna be
I
my
have a-
idea.
Question, Rage.
Sure.
As a Baxi, do you have a better sense of smell?
There's nothing that says that anywhere that I know of.
I mean, I would say in
Great.
roleplay, probably. As a
Great, we
tabaxi
can't-
or a line folk, they would have better senses of smell.
Breed, he can't sniff out the Blight Piper's bullshit. Sorry.
No, I was thinking that if we are in a basement, you could probably get a smell of something different coming from above. Because any trap door is not airtight. At least in medieval times.
I mean, I could try.
That's part of why I was checking the ceiling, yes.
So, to solve one thing before the other is Okros, as you're just kind of searching the ceiling, you're not finding really anything using essentially a chair to like help poke things, since it's just a little bit out of like just your fingertip reach. Just poking around, you see that it's mostly joists and rafters. Like there's nothing really up there that seems to point towards a trap door. You're not seeing anything loose. You're not seeing anything kind of falling down besides what already has. You can see the chain clearly goes up through a hole in the floor, leading to something else, as Nameless has pointed out previously. But otherwise, you're not seeing much in the ceiling. It looks relatively solid. Looks like the floor above you is relatively solid.
Oh, so off of what you just said to him, then possibly me getting to where the traps actually are, or the explosives, is not likely.
From where you are, no, because from what Nameless believes, is that they must be on the floor above, sitting on top of this room, if his trap sense is to be believed, or is to be honest.
And like also going off of like how the chain is going through that hole,
Exactly.
coming down. Like that's why I asked the question.
Yes. So Now, Nameless, for you doing your investigation by using your sense of smell to try and find where an air draft may be coming from, you're now watching Okros walk the ceiling. You're seeing Aura kind of stomp around the floor, trying to figure out something. You see Nez is inspecting the chain and the hole that it goes through. Creed is speaking to you about it. What do?
I'm gonna ask Creed to look at the window and see if he can see a way out, and then I'm gonna use him as a springboard again to go out the window because it's fun.
I'm not that tall.
You might want to have me break the window first. And just, you know,
I'm just gonna break it.
I mean, I'm let me try this real quick. Oh, actually, I'm kind of tall. I'm 6'2". Not doing bad.
yeah, you might be tall enough to springboard into it.
I'm not a
I mean,
manlet,
the
but you know.
ceiling's 10 foot tall. I'm pretty sure I could springboard off of him and jump through a window.
Well, here, while you guys continue to make your plan, I will be right back. I'm going to go check on something. I'm hearing something through the baby monitors. Dun 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 dun.
Just pausing our time or no? I was just kidding. I don't care. Go check on the kids.
uh,
So you don't like me springboard off of you like that? I thought it was pretty fun.
Well,
This
of
time I'll
course,
try
you're
a
the one
double.
doing it.
you know, Rage, like, all I just thought about, like, is if you did that and, like, the window doesn't break, just like another Lucifer scene.
Oh yes, absolutely. I would 1000% roll for it and probably get nat ones. Since I've been rolling pretty good all night. This would be the one time I don't.
All right.
So what do you want to do?
I was hoping I could maybe disarm or like start working on at least disarming just because of like time, but now finding out that they're not even like within like the rafters, it's throwing me for a little bit of a
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I still have no idea how the hell like everyone else is gonna get out.
I mean, my next slot as Okros was to break open the window anyways, because if there wasn't a trap door above.
Right, but I mean, am I gonna get out to try to disarm the things and then have you break the ceiling, or
I mean, if you get out, you can maybe see if there is another way down.
false wall or something?
There is a problem you haven't thought about.
What's that?
Well, no, because we don't have our weapons. Let's say if you can't get out with your gun, we don't have our weapons.
Yeah, we don't have them. Someone can like obviously hand me the gun through the window. If that were the case.
All right, so what have you figured out so far?
Okay, straight up.
Well, I'm gonna break the window and let Nameless out so you can scout.
All right. You easily pull the grate, so to speak, directly out of the port where the window's sitting, making open. You have enough strength that it wouldn't really be much of a challenge for you to do. And so,
Was that an
yeah.
epiphany?
I lift him up to the window if he
All right.
wants the assistance.
Yeah. So, Nameless, if you want the assistance, Okros will lift you up. Otherwise, however you wish to try and go out the window.
I heard a gasp, so I don't know.
I just like a light bulb kind of hit in my brain. I don't know. Oh yeah, she does still have it. In this situation, how would blight work?
Yes, I do. Like,
So
no.
Because of how it worked back when
So blight normally is a single target spell that if it is a biological such as like a plant or something plant like, uh it will just desiccate and suck the life out of it. So like if you came across like a vine monster, used blight on it, it would do double damage and instantly kill smaller plants or vegetation.
I just remember it made the boards rot out
That's
beneath us.
because she rolled low on her spell, where it it essentially catastrophically failed, and it just blew up around her and
Yeah.
the finance wizard, and it ate through the floorboards. Now, you could try and use it, but since it's going to be against aged planks that are essentially
Oh,
holding up the
God.
floor above you, blight doesn't cause desiccation in the sense of rot. It's causing it more of just like drying out and killing living plant tissue.
Okay. I was more thinking like rot-like, so you answered it.
Yeah, no, blight won't work for us here. The only reason it worked, like you were saying, is because I fucked it up.
Basically, it was the roll of the
Yeah.
dice said that it became an AoE instead of a point, a single target.
You able to summon a beast that could dig us out? Because the door is open. It's just dirt there, right?
Yeah, it looks like dirt.
I'm just thinking of stuff that like people could do, like Well Nameless is like going out that.
No, you're good. I like it.
If I'm not sure if Summon Beast will summon something that has a burrowing speed. If it can't, she can wild shape into something that has a
I
burrow
was
speed.
just gonna like go to
Yeah.
wild shape right after
I
that.
was muted the whole time.
Yeah.
I was talking.
Good job.
Am I able to? Have I seen something that would summon? Like
I don't think. Hold on, let me.
that would I have seen something that would burrow its way out?
I mean,
Zombie bear.
you've been around the block enough that if it's something pretty basic when it comes to being a creature that exists, you could probably pull it out of your encyclopedic brain. Like you've seen moles and giant octopus and like weird zombie bears and troll
I was
amalgams.
gonna
Like
say
you could
a bear
probably figure
burrows, does it
something
not?
out.
A bear
Not
digs, does it not?
only certain bear species. But like you've also seen badgers and weasels and other shit. Like you have something in your head that you can turn into that would give you a burrowing speed. Like
I just
nothing
need something big.
exotic.
I just need something like a burrow, a big enough hole to get fucking okras out.
What is your
So that,
wall shape let you go to? Hold on.
that's why
You're higher than
I
8th, so you are CR1 Moonsters. Let me pull this real quick and I can give you an actual list. Let's do beasties and set the CR rating from 0 to 1. And can I also filter if it has a burrowing speed? Spellcasting type, size, speed, burrow type. There you go. Bingo. Alright, so you get Badger, a cave badger, So you have a regular badger, which is tiny, cave badger, which is medium, chimeric fox, which is tiny, chimeric hare, which is tiny, regular fox, which is tiny, giant badger, which is medium, space hamster, which is not this game, so you don't get that.
I want a space hamster.
No,
The
no.
fuck?
I was gonna say that just sounded dope.
No need to bring the
tiny
Ruhara into
beast
this.
and a swarm of beetles.
So whatever I choose, I could.
So
I could.
the only one that I think, in my understanding from looking at the little bit of info behind it, is that your best bet would be a giant badger
Yeah.
to give you the
Okay,
burrowing speed you need.
Guess I'm throwing myself into a giant badger and burrowing our fucking asses out of here.
All right, yeah. No, this sounds like a solid plan, according to the rules. So you wild shape into a giant badger and you start getting to work because it's a medium creature. So it would take like a couple of passes, but you'd be able to tunnel your way out relatively easily.
Good, because that's the whole point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do it. You usually make the tunnel out.
Okay.
And so as you're tunneling out, and that's going to take you a couple minutes. Nameless, you are outside, so that's where you are currently. Okros, you are finishing up your investigation of the ceiling. Aura, you are getting ready to burrow out. Nez, you are checking for trap lines and looking how to get to the devices. Creed, you have a weird feeling in your brain. I need you to give me a wisdom check, please.
When does he not have a weird feeling in his brain?
It's part of
That's
being
a
Creed.
15.
Can I add flesh just to make sure it's an 18?
Sure. More the merrier. So, with that 18, thanks to the flash of genius, you start having that same question roll through your head that everyone's been asking of how did you get down here?
Actually.
Actually, okay. What? Oh, yeah.
I would like to add 2 more to that.
Okay, dirty 20. Great.
Yep, dirty 20.
So, results the same, but sure. So you have a big think because you start doing a real big reasoning, a real big brain tumble over how did they get all of you into this essentially basement without any kind of issues, with the doors fake, the traps are real, the windows are slits. Like what the fuck is going on? Especially looking at some of your compatriots as AKA Okros, the man is not small. Getting him into a basement would be a challenge in of itself. So they'd have to have some way of doing it. And you saw Aura stomp around and you didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. You've been walking on this floor for the past 2 days. You didn't feel anything weird. Your senses didn't go off for it. But there was one spot where your senses went off.
Huh? Please. No, I'm kidding.
Alright, guess I'm gonna head over there, and Creed's gonna head over there. His head kind of... He's gonna go check it out.
So you go up to the fridge again. And you're standing in front of it. And you can see now, as you're really looking closely, is that it is a large refrigerator, if you will. It's easily 8 foot tall and probably about 3 foot wide. It's a big fucking unit. Way bigger than it should be. And so as you've seen everyone kind of going about their business, you saw Aura shapeshift into a badger, you saw Nameless go out the window, you see Okros finishing up his inspection, Nez looking at the chain and the traps, and you standing in front of the fridge. You just look at this where your senses got pinged the first time, and it just seems out of place.
Is that where the evil cheese came from?
That is where the evil cheese came from.
Okay. That we all conveniently forgot
Alright.
about.
He's gonna go on in and take a look around. Very careful, like.
So you open the front door of this refrigerator, and as you saw before, where you found the cheese, is that there's just racks in front of you, like a regular cooler. Things that just hold foodstuffs and provisions and other things that are meant to be kept out of light, out of temperature, kept standard. Easy stuff. But as you're looking at it, it just doesn't seem right. It just seems way out of place. And that's when you touch the back of it and realize it goes farther. As if you're touching material that isn't firm like the back of a container should be. It's soft, like cloth.
Gonna very carefully move it out of the way. Look down. Look behind it.
You feel around until you find an edge. And when you find the edge, you can see that it's tacked on to the backside of this object. You finally get your fingers under it as you just gently, ever so slightly do it, and you start pulling back against these tacks. And you find yourself looking at a dimly lit staircase leading up into an adjacent building.
Hmm. Going to do a thaumaturgy and yell in the fridge, and then I'm going to make my way up.
So you yell in the fridge. Jenna, you have burned about halfway up to the surface. Nameless, you have started walking around. You can see that you look like you have to be on the outskirts of New Haven. It seems way too familiar, the way the buildings are put together, the grass, the trees. It seems really not uncanny, but just extremely familiar. And so you believe yourself to be on the outskirts. And as you're standing here, you look like, as you look towards the building, it seems that you're in some kind of far off part where they were storing things. Or someone was storing things at some point or another. Or if it's a relatively old building, it just seems different. It just seems odd. It's just very. Just not. It's hard to explain. It's just you feel like you should know it, but you also don't at the same time. And you're trying your best to figure it out. And so as you're just kind of walking around scouting, you see that there is an adjacent building next to the one that you just came out from under. And you can tell that the one that you were under is a almost long warehouse, 20 by 40, 10 foot above the ground level. Easy stuff. You see at the adjacent building next to you, windows are boarded, doors boarded. It looks like no one's been in it for a while. The brick and some of the mortar work is starting to decay. It looks like it's been in disrepair for a minute. It's hard to tell the age of it, but it just doesn't look quite right. It just looks like an old, broken house. And so otherwise, you don't see anything else interesting around. You see trees and fields and such around you, but you really don't see much except for a road.
And I try to find a way inside the other building.
And you can easily see a way inside the building. You see that the door is boarded. You could probably break it down or use your agility to try and find a window or such that may be left open or easily ajarable.
Now let's see if there's anything inside that house that maybe tunnel-esque or
So you get yourself going, getting ready to go into the house. You hear a deep echo from the basement where your compatriots were. You don't catch what exactly it is, as you're just too focused on the situation at hand. And so you find a way into the adjacent building. It takes you a couple minutes, and you find a window that the boards aren't exactly flush. So you're able to kind of pull it from the outside and you kind of shimmy your way in. As you do shimmy your way in, you see your compatriots coming up a stairway from the basement with Briar in tow. You are now at 24 minutes.
Is there any actual like civilization around? Sorry, I know you were just talking about it, but like any of the towns nearby? Or are we in the buttfuck nowhere?
He said we're on the outskirts of New Haven.
Sounds like a question for Nameless.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'd say just fucking light the bitch up if there's nothing else I can catch. Get rid of the light fire.
But do we really want it to go off? It'll cause chaos, and that's what he's looking for.
I know, that's what I was asking. Yeah, how close to town are we?
I'm not trying to be that guy, but I feel like lighting a bunch of explosives on fire is a bad idea.
That's why I asked if we was in buttfuck nowhere.
I'm talking about general.
Nah. Gets rid of it. Can't take it out and use it elsewhere, can he?
Nah, it's a good plan.
Nah, let it all burn.
Burn it. Get rid of it.
Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn.
Well,
Take it to the fucking lighthouse and seal that cave.
I'm not gonna lie, that nah was like the most Albertan thing I've ever heard out of her mouth.
So, Nameless, please describe to your party what you saw outside.
Yeah, tell us, dear kitty.
no, I'm not saying a fucking word.
That was out of character. That wasn't in character.
I don't give a damn.
And honestly, I thought I had remuted.
Jesus Christ.
That was a Jenna thought to herself.
Uh-huh. So, either way, you can see through the boarded up windows that there is some kind of dirt road outside. But past it, you really can't see much else. You see that there are trees and fields and such around you, and you can tell that the building you're in is very dilapidated, derelict for who knows how long. Doesn't look great. Looks like it's been unkempt. No one's been through here, minus your captor and yourselves. So hard to kind of pull from it. But Nez, when you come up the stairs, you can see that there's a door, basically around it to the left, making like a little U off the staircase that leads into the warehouse floor above where you were being kept.
I still say we light it up.
Okay, look, this is gonna this shocks me,
Aye.
and probably will shock the rest of y'all. I agree with the fucking CO.
We all knew it was coming someday.
Look, I have completely different reasons, but I mean, if that goes
How
off,
very much like the tsundere you are to say that.
It keeps him from being able to use it again.
listen,
If we don't set it off and he gets away, he can pull those fucking traps and use them somewhere else. We set this bitch off, we can't use that shit again.
I want to get my stuff and then take this so we could use it against him.
see, I had a different thought. I just thought if it goes up, then he's gonna think we went up with it.
That too. But who's gonna go pull the chain?
22 minutes.
Yeah, Creed's not going to
I
say
was gonna
anything.
say in 22 minutes it's gonna happen.
He's going back in.
Are you going back in? You're going back down? Okay.
Yep.
All
You're
right.
gonna go yank the fucking chain.
I mean, Creed, you can also clearly see there's a door leading to that area where the traps were above you.
I mean, I'm going in where the traps are because I want to at least try and disarm one to get some of the compound
What is
so I
with
can
you
use it
and-
later.
What is with you and wanting spicy things?
You're not even a spice
Wait.
pirate here.
Uh,
Did you do that already with
I
the other
love
ones, or no?
I
explosives.
appreciate cooking
No, I
spicy.
didn't get a chance.
Appreciates alchemical spice.
It was like 2 back to back to back that I couldn't take any of the compound.
Okay.
All I was doing was disarming, and you guys ran off, and then I got Creed out of there.
So
Or
that
nowhere
was the explosion
Or-
that happened was all of those.
Did you decipher it? Is that what you did? You did. There was something with it, like you. I thought.
he figured out how to disarm the bombs.
Yeah, no, I
That's
figured
what
out
he
how to
wanted
disarm
doing.
them.
Or what the bombs were made out of, or
Yeah.
something, something like that.
Basically,
Okay.
figured out that they were bad and how to get everyone out and what to do because of what the
Okay.
chemicals were, and then how to
I was
disarm
just
it. you know.
remembering. Apologies.
So Nez, you go into the floor where the traps are. Creed, are you going back downstairs? Or are you following Nez?
I'm going back downstairs.
Back downstairs. All right. What are the rest of you doing? As you see Nez and Creed take off in 2 different directions.
existing, 'cause I don't know what else to do, except maybe explore.
Okay. You see there's a staircase going up further into this building you're in.
I would like to go up the staircase, please.
All right, you're going up the staircase. Nameless, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Nez.
You're gonna go with Nez. All right, where are you putting Briar?
In a
Just
backpack.
keeping sentry outside.
Locros, I need you to watch my brother, if that's okay. Keep him with you.
Very well.
All right, cool.
Appreciate you.
So let's do this one at a time. Aura, you go up the stairs. You see
Yeah.
that the house that you were in seems to have been what you can imagine was an office for whatever this was entailing. There seems to be containers of papers and such. There's old cots. It looks like someone had stayed here at some point. It looks like it was a stop along the way. It looks like that this building has been repurposed multiple times over for multiple different uses. And it is a chaos on this floor. It is dirty. It is broken. There's things everywhere. You don't know what to make of it. And you're not really finding much of interest besides just, scattered papers and that one, what looks to be makeshift cot in the corner that just seems odd. Just
I would
'cause
like to DNA test the cot, please.
DNA test the cot. Okay, sure. Let's wait 120 years, and then Aura will be able to DNA test the cot. You can go and investigate the cot if that's what you want to do.
Sure, why not? Let's look
Sure.
at everything in the room.
Cool. Roll me investigation. So while
Six.
six, is that the number I heard? The single digit.
Yeah, my fucking dice hate me tonight.
All right, you're gonna waste 6 minutes searching. There you go. All right, so
Wow.
and then you're gonna get to take another swing.
I get to take another swing.
Like you can take another attempt at it. Once I get through the rest of these actions. So now, as Nez and Nameless, you guys are entering into the room where the traps are. You're kind of stopping at the door as Creed is going down the stairs. Creed, you re-enter the basement. What are you doing?
Mostly make sure we haven't left anything behind. And then I'm going to just head to the middle and wait.
Wait for it.
So,
wait for it.
as you go down the stairs, you see that you guys didn't really leave much behind, minus like ration bars and stuff if you want to grab those. The only thing that looks that could be of useful is that ranger knife that was left on the table.
I'm gonna take it.
All right. Otherwise, you're not really finding much of interest.
Good.
So, then you stand in the center, basically by the chain.
Yep.
All right. Now, Nez and Nameless. You guys open the door ever so gently, taking your time to check for traps. As Nez, you can hear the pocket watch in your head ticking down the seconds. You gently open the door, you check for wires, you go through the whole roll. You and Nameless are going through every single step you can possibly think of as you're trying to outthink this individual to try and beat him at his own game. The door opens, and you can see clearly that the chain feeds up to some kind of device that has cables leading to 9 boxes. The same size boxes you saw in Thermal.
Love that for us.
And you see that they are scattered as the pattern that Nameless had advised they were, easily seen. 4, one in each corner, and then some others kind of scattered throughout the center as well, for a total of 9.
Out of curiosity, what would dumping water on these fucking things do?
Absolutely nothing.
Wet
Nothing.
powder can't ignite.
It's not gunpowder. Also, the gunpowder's not exposed. You can't just be like, pour water on the sealed glass container. That will stop it. No, this is blight fire. This is essentially crystallized napalm, in the lack of a better term.
This is alchemical fire. You throw water on that, it's just going to help it spread.
Wet things cannot get hot, is what I'm saying. You can't light up something that's wet.
You're
Have you
literally
ever thrown a
talking to a
firecracker in a
chemist.
pond?
The reaction is
You're talking to a chemist who has developed magnesium flares. Like, I've
Fact
worked
check,
with magnesium.
balls.
I am a living fact checker. Oh, shush. No, it's wet things can get hot. That's how you dry things out. But also there are chemicals that will burn on or in water.
Yeah, magnesium being one of them. I took science.
I'm no chemist, but I've played enough nerdy shit to confirm that.
Exactly. That as well.
And this is also why I want this chemical, so I can make a grenade out of this.
Oh,
Fuck
yes, of
titration.
course. So, Nameless and Nez, you guys see the 9 boxes. What are you going to do? What are you doing? What's your plan?
I'm gonna start with the closest one.
All right.
I was gonna say, who invited Thumper?
So, you two go to the closest box, and you begin looking it over. You see that the cable runs into the interior of the box, and the box is nailed shut. Really don't have a lot of tools on your person, so you're going to have to try and find one to pry these boxes open. So I'll need both of you to give me some kind of investigation.
Just gently disconnect the wire from the casing. There we go.
Yeah, 'cause that's how that works. Investigation or perception?
Investigation.
15.
I'm gonna do my flush on him for him to make an 18.
With the 18, you're able to find a singular pry bar. Kind of just stashed in the corner away from everything, so it's out of plain view. But you could see one of the claw ends of it, and you knew exactly what it was when you saw it. So, you find it. There you go. So you pop open this box, ever so gently, as you go to do it. Again, as you did before, checking for wires, making sure that nothing is going to pop out and bite you, no booby traps. And as you open it, you see in the center is this almost more advanced container than what you saw at Thermal. It seems to just be a silver canister that with the cable running into it. But it's what is around it that's interesting. It's all of your stuff, Nez. All of the gear that's missing from your person has been stuffed around this incendiary device.
Is it tied in? Can I tell if it's tied into tripping it?
No, it just looks like it was stuffed in the box as insult to injury.
All right. I want to get my equipment then.
You get your equipment and then ask yourself the question of what's in the other boxes.
Nameless. I think we need to go into all these boxes because, as you can see right here, my shit was in this box.
I've already opened 2 as you're saying that.
So, you guys will spend the next 8 minutes going through all these boxes and popping them open and calling out to everyone that your gear is here. 4 of those boxes are empty, and they're stuffed with what looks like some type of confetti or packing peanuts. Why? Hard to say. But you do find everyone's gear and call them out, so that Creed, Okros, Aura, you will all get your gear back as you kind of circle down. Aura's being the last one to be found just for sake of timing, because as she's coming down, it has been 6 minutes since she went up to investigate. So you guys are now at 16 minutes. Or you come back down, you get your gear, you get your trident, your backpack, all your shit. It was stuffed in a box, basically as a fuck you from the Piper.
Just fuck you too, bitch.
Question.
Yes.
How did my cat signal fit in the box?
How's your what?
That signal.
My cat signal.
Very carefully. That's my answer. I will take no
They
questions.
That's your answer. Very carefully.
He gave you an extra big
follow-ups?
box for yours.
The
No
Yeah,
follow-ups. No comments.
Mine had like 15 canisters in it.
Yeah, it's
'Cause it's
just
just that big of a box.
it was just full of extra go fuck yourself. It was full of extra accelerant. It's fine.
They bent the barrel to fit it in there for you.
Don't say that because I will fucking he fucking wrenched the barrel 90 degrees to fit. Oh, that was such a dick move. I should have done that.
Yeah, you should have.
Damn it. Anyway, very carefully.
I would have just sawed it off.
Yeah, I know you probably would have. You'd just be like, fuck it, whatever. So, anyway, or you come down, you get your stuff. Everyone now has your gears. Even some like spare clothes for Briar, just from out of some stuff that you guys have between your packs. And Aura, who's deafened, so she can't hear me when I'm saying this to her.
Hit the wrong button.
For the love of
Oh, now she
persnickets.
figured it out.
She figured it out.
Now
All
she
right.
figured it out.
So, or as you come downstairs, you see that Nez points out that these canisters didn't have much else in them minus your stuff. And the other ones seem to have just confetti and like spare paper shreds and other things in it. Nothing really heinous. It just seems very odd that he would take the time to put all of your gear in separate boxes and seal them up, but then like leave the devices here, and then a light bulb goes off in your head and you run back upstairs. So Aura, I need you to roll me another investigation now that you're upstairs, and I will give you a +4 to it.
19 then.
You start going through the papers that are torn up and just kind of all over the place on this floor near that weird cot you found. And you're looking through it and you're finding pieces that kind of fit together. And the second light bulb goes off. And you run back downstairs, panicked. Because at this point, you guys are at 14 minutes. The papers Aura has in hand when she comes down the stairs, as all of you are either like checking your vest, putting on your armor, making sure it's all here, but getting yourselves ready as like Nej, you're looking over these devices. She brings down these scraps of paper that almost looks like a map. And upon closer inspection,
It is a map.
it is a map. It's what's the map of, Aura? Smartass.
What's the map made out of?
Paper.
It's a map of where the actual detonation
The map
device
is made of map.
That's what I was looking for.
Yes, it's a map with a bunch of red X's on it. The shape of the city it's drawn on this map looks eerily familiar. Almost like New Haven.
It's New Haven, isn't it?
So, with these pieces of a map kind of put them together on top of one of the boxes, you see that there are 9 X's in New Haven.
If my exes are in New Haven, I don't want to go there.
Like you have 9 of them.
I have 5. That's enough.
Jeez, Mary and Joseph. You see that there are 9 possible locations in New Haven where the devices could be, so as not to be extrued by Aura being a goofer. Which then begs the question, what is surrounding you?
New Haven.
Absolutely nothing, then, probably.
As you're going through the notes and you're looking through everything and looking at the locations and pinpointing where they are or where they could be based on the map you have of New Haven in your own minds, having lived there for quite some time at this point, the pocket watch hits 10 minutes and starts to buzz.
Oh. It's fancy.
As it buzzes, you hear
Buzz
the
of
chain begin to clink in the center of the room.
Why?
Oh.
And
What in
Creed,
the
are
name
you
of
still
fuck-
standing downstairs by chance?
Yes, I am.
You see the key start to come down towards you. You haven't touched a damn thing. But you're seeing the chain drop slowly as you're hearing chunk, 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 chunk.
Out. And he's just gonna fucking start booking it.
You start
Doesn't-
booking it up the stairs. The rest of you hear the chunking of the chain. You're seeing the device move in the center of the room.
Get out! Out!
We're not going to blow up. He only has 9. Unless we're one of the exes.
You want to take that chance?
I mean, maybe? I don't know.
You got 10 seconds to decide. 9,
You want to take that
Yes,
chance?
we
and
leave
go an
I guess we
ex-adventurer?
leave it.
7,
I guess
I'm
we leave
out.
it.
6.
I mean, I'm already outside.
Oker's like, I'm already gone. Like, I don't know what y'all talk.
I'm getting my ass out of here. I don't need to get fucking fish fillet today.
So you hear Creed come screaming up the stairs, just get out, get out, get out, get out. You all hear the chain move, and you all decide to do the same. Okros, you grab Briar, and you move away from the building. Creed, you come out, and you just shoulder check the planked door and just bust it in two as you just keep on running through it. Now that you have your full weight behind you because of your plating. And everyone else, you follow suit. And as you keep hearing this deep clanking from inside the building, you finally hear it stop. And you hear ding, boom. And you see all of the windows in that warehouse get blown out with just confetti and dust. Almost like just a very fine powder. And the concussive sound is enough to kind of push you on your heels. But just the fact that it was essentially just a concussive blast blows out all the windows, the doors, the planks, everything else, and fills all these rooms with this fine white powder and confetti, it looks like. You think it's inert. That
I ain't going near it.
I'm gonna not go near it. Last time I went near something, I got us all knocked out.
smart. Because no sooner are you guys looking at it and wondering what is going on, you hear the telltale sound of a flare being lit inside the building. And all of a sudden you see that white powder all instantaneously combust, and the entire building set becomes a roaring inferno.
See, he lit that bitch up. What did I say?
An inferno.
An inferno.
I'm about to light a bitch up if you know I'm.
Is that one of the cars from like Vice City?
Maybe. I don't know. But right
An
now, it is a
inferno,
large
yeah.
amount of fire inside of these buildings.
This building's on fire.
And you now have 8 minutes.
Did you actually say that in character, Aura? I have to ask.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Nez, you suddenly have the sickening realization
That we need to get to New Haven.
the pocket watch wasn't meant for you.
It was meant for New Haven.
It was meant for the actual devices.
Mm-hmm. And we have 8 minutes to get to New Haven. How far from New Haven are we? Do we
That's
know?
the question, isn't it?
That's why I asked. Yeah.
You all find yourselves standing on a dirt road. You look north and you look south. And you see that the road goes on for a bit. It's hard to tell where the city is, as you know that the topography of this area is strange because of the Keeper's Tomb, among other mountainous formations and caverns, and the mountain range that lies to the north. Thankfully, you can see the mountain range to the north, so you know that you're at least not near it. And so New Haven must be to the south.
You were writing a solid country song there for a moment.
Why, thank you. I don't plan on doing it again. So
You're standing on a dirt road. You look to the north. You look to the south.
You look south and you start making your way. You start moving quickly. It's hard to tell how far away from anything you are as you try to crest the hills in time, as Nez, the ticking of the pocket watch, sits in your ear, as Nameless and Briar sit upon Okris's shoulders as you guys are just hauling in a direction, trying to get somewhere as quickly as possible. And then you suddenly come to realization you're not going to make it in time. You see from here to New Haven, you finally crest one of the hills, and you can see that it's easily a mile between you and it. And you know that even if you ran as fast as you could, that you push yourself to your absolute limit, that would give you minutes to get to the devices and defuse them.
Do we wild shape Aura into a hawk or something and fucking bust her winged ass over there to at least let Leandros know what's coming? This is a party question.
That would probably be the best thing.
If I
Whatever
wild
your
shape,
fastest
yeah, if I
wild
wild
shape
shape,
is.
yeah, I would imagine it would be a hawk or eagle of some sort that can fly fucking fast, or a bug. They go pretty fucking skirt too.
Pretty skirt too. That is a phrase.
I don't know what to wild shape into because I need a speedy boy. Here, let me
Well,
wild shape into a
you get
fucking...
a number of choices. The turn to a giant vulture, a giant swan, a giant raven, a giant flying spider. That's a thing apparently. A giant eagle. Pretty
I would.
trademarkish.
I was imagine the fucking fastest one on the list is probably the eagle because of the wingspan.
You would be correct if I'm looking at these flying speeds right. So yeah, that would be.
Already, Roo.
Basically, the goal for you, Aura, is to just get everyone to evacuate those buildings.
Yep.
Can we see it?
See what?
Already.
Town.
Oh yeah, you can see it. You're about a mile away. It would be hard for you to make it there on foot in time to cause an evacuation.
Alrighty, Aura's wild
Bells.
shaping into an
Hold on.
eagle.
Before you do that, what spells do you have?
A lot of things. I got new toys. What do you need? So
Let
for
me see.
my cantrips, I have
Like what you buying?
create bonfire, primal savagery, shape water, thorn whip, thunderclap. First levels, I have cure wounds, fairy fire, ice knife, and thunder wave. Second, I have flame blade, ice knife, pass without trace, spike growth, warding wind. Third, dispel magic, erupting earth. Fourth, blight, guardian
So
of nature.
Thunderclap is a cantrip. Can she put that on that round?
Technically yes, but you also have 8 minutes.
Yeah, so I got a boogie oogie into town.
Yeah, I need you to put this cantrip on this round.
Thunderclap?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wham bam, tingly fingies, there you go.
Wham bam tingly fingies. So you don't just wham bam tingly fingies. Or you can. You can haphazardly make it. That's also fine. That's something I can put into the roll table if that's what you want to do. Or you can take the 3 minutes to make it right.
I'll take the 3 minutes to
Basic
make it right.
Cantrip.
Yeah. All right. So you spend 3 minutes, you make it right, you hand it back to Nameless. Then you shift into a giant eagle and you
And I
vamos.
fucking send her, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get to New Haven and I go
So-
directly to Leandra.
All right.
So I'm gonna send that round to the tallest tower I could find.
That would be the bell tower of the government center.
I'm sending
Right.
it.
You're setting
Right
it.
where
All
I'm
right.
headed, in the air. Don't
Yes.
hit me.
So you're just full on sending that round down range. All right.
Straight to that bell tower.
Roll the
it's
hit.
fucking...
I missed. Awfully.
You got fates and stuff, dude. Don't just. You also got luckies. You
That
did
was
have a long rest.
Three
I don't have luck.
20s this match.
I would fit that.
Or we said we've gotten like 3 nat 20s this match, haven't we?
Yeah. So you guys have like 3 floating fates to start with.
How many do
I'll
we
fade
have
it.
left from others? Didn't we have other fates
You
left
have
too? Or just...
you have a lot of fate points, but just like from this session alone, you have 3. So if you want to burn one, it's not
Yeah.
gonna be a problem.
I'll fade it.
All right. Roll again.
Watch he get lower this time.
Shh. Quiet your face.
To 21.
There you go.
I was gonna say he can't because he rolled a 1
I
on
rolled
that.
a nat 1. Yeah. So.
So
Plus 10.
you go to pull the trigger and you stop yourself and you wait a second to get your alignment back on, and then you just rack the round and you full send it as you see your body get kicked back. Dust comes flying up as you send this round down range, almost sounding just like a strike of lightning exiting the barrel as it whizzes past Aura as she's flying as a giant eagle, where even with her speed, she's almost matching it pace for pace for the first few seconds, and then it's gone. The round hits the bell tower above the government center. And all of you, even from a mile away, just hear this massive, just thunderclap in the distance. You see it clang against the bell. You see the tower begin to shake. You see stones fall. It just makes a cacophony of noise. And you start seeing people flood into the streets and into their homes as it's just panicking because they think they're under attack. And all of a sudden, they then see this giant eagle land. As you see, well, Nameless, you would see it with your fucking eagle vision goggles from atop of Okros. You would see Leandros and his retinue of elites come out of the government center in full battle gear, ready to throw hands, as a giant eagle lands in front of him.
You fucked her up already?
She's the only one that doesn't know the fucking safe word, too.
Uh-huh.
Please get stabbed.
Fuck, there was a safe word? Nobody told me there's a fucking safe word.
Yeah, we choked you out. And I relayed it to everyone while you were passed out.
Thanks, guys.
Before you picked up the paper and then knocked us all out.
Guys. Thanks, guys. Love this for me. Thanks.
So you land in front of Leandros as Nameless. You're watching this and you're relaying it to the group as you guys are you're still trying to book it. You're trying your damnedest. You're just trying to get there. You know, you're going. You're relaying back what you're seeing. As Aura, you land in front of Leandros as you see him and 4 of his other watch commanders who have just as much heraldry as Creed, and are in just as big of armor, and they are armed to the teeth, along with Leandros, who you haven't really seen him decked out in his battle gear before, but it's impressive. He looks completely different. This armor makes him look massive compared to his giant frame.
Aura's gonna unwild shape before they turn her into a fucking shish kebab.
Well, what I was going to say is that Leandros, knowing that he has a druid in his employ, would say, a giant eagle. Where the fuck is that coming from? Oh, it's probably one of those dipshits coming back to give me a message. He's not an idiot. He knows that druids are weird and pick large creatures for fun. So
it's the queen dipshit herself.
Oh my goodness. Sweet googly moogly. He'd see you land and would just
googly moogly.
Great googly moogly.
That's another phrase there, just saying.
Yeah.
So Aura's gonna unwild shape and be like, the lack of a better word, let's Nicki Minaj this shit, pound the alarms.
Shut up. Shut your damn mouth.
All the cool things you could have said, and that's what you go with.
Before you even land.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm out of here.
Yeah, no.
Jesus. So before you even land and you de-wild shape, he just looks at you and goes, Aura, where are the rest of them?
I'm gonna wing span backwards because I'm still a bird.
Mm-hmm. Up the hill? What? Speak, woman!
I'm gonna unwild shape because I can't talk. I'll just squawk at him.
Why? Who shot my... Never mind, I know who shot my bell. Why did he shoot my bell?
There are 9 hellfire bombs, because I forget the actual word.
Close enough. Continue.
There are 9 hellfire bombs scattered around this city. The Blight Piper's a fucking asshole. Get everybody out of New Haven right now. Before we have T-minus probably about 4.5 minutes now before this place goes up in fucking blight fire.
You want me to evacuate a city in 4.5 minutes?
If you want to have citizens left, yes.
Are you gonna fucking help, or you're gonna keep being a dick?
I will do my damnedest. I'll go knock on doors. I'll tell them, get the fuck out. This is the police.
Just
Let's go.
go back into the air and start getting people to follow you out of the damn city. We're gonna
I
get
have no
them.
wild shapes left. I can't.
He fucking bips you in the forehead. He goes, nah, there you go. Go fucking fly. Get out of here.
Do I get a bonus wild
Yes.
shape then? Okay.
He fucking bonks you in the fucking forehead and tells you to get the fuck out of here.
Back into the Americans. Back into the United States of America, bird.
You start flying around, and he points to you and starts yelling at people, follow the eagle, get out of the city. We are evacuating, leave. Like, goes through the whole rigmarole list. Is yelling to people. The other watch commanders split up. You see the barracks completely empty as all the soldiers are coming out in battle dress and are just going through all the doors and trying to get everyone out. The scouts are going to try and locate the devices, and they're just trying to get everything together.
Hopefully there's nothing that we had valuable in our townhouse, because it's probably got a bomb in it.
And you're just getting people out as best you can. As the rest of the party, you're keeping up. Nameless, you're relaying information. You're seeing people come out in droves. And you're trying. You're getting everyone out as best you can. And Nez, the only thing you can do is, as you're running, is you're just watching. You're watching the pocket watch as you're running. And it just seems like it's dragging on. You are just hustling as hard as you can, trying to get back down to the city, trying to save something, anybody. And you're just hoping for the best. It's at this point you see the Valkyrie flies overhead and is trying to get people away from the city, and they're just trying to use it as an evacuation shuttle, trying to get people away from whatever material has found its way here. And you enter the city limits. You can see that most of the civilians have left. That they have either gone out towards the wood line, towards a safe distance, with the soldiers kind of pushing them away. The scouts have found device and they've left tags on doors as they've started to see that the time was running short, and they got out too. Even Leandros and the watch commanders and the rest of the troopers have also gone out of the city, trying to keep everyone else safe, as there's nothing useful here that they can't rebuild. They get everyone out, and as you enter the border, the pocket watch ticks to 0. Or you're still flying overhead. You're looking and watching. You're making sure that everyone has gone out, that you can see with your eagle eyes.
Yeah.
And you don't see anyone in there except one lone figure. This individual seems to be a medium creature, normal-esque, humanoid-esque creature.
How big am I?
Giant eagles are technically large, so your wingspan's like 10, 12 feet.
I'm able to pick up a human?
I would say so. Sure, yeah.
Is this the fucking Blight Piper that's down there?
You have no fucking clue.
Because I'm a swoop and I'm a grope. That bitch is mine, if that's who that is.
You're circling around, you see this one lone figure. But you also see your party coming towards the northern gate. And Nez, you see the pocket watch tick to 0. And nothing happens.
Right.
After a couple seconds, the pocket watch just makes a party blower noise. A blee! A little poof of confetti comes out the top of it, and it turns into its base components. Basically breaks up into pieces in your hand and falls to the ground. As you look forward down the street, as on the map here, I will set you guys up accordingly, is you find yourself at the northern gate, minus Aura, who's like flying over there. And there just seems to be somebody standing right next to the world crystal.
That's where we're gonna end the session.
If you're gonna steal my goddamn thunder.
And just like that.
I already sent the thunder.
I'm gonna
Was I right?
I'm gonna use the demon as a placeholder for right now.
Was I
Now,
right?
shut up
And
because
that
you
song
said
is in
that.
my
We
head
have
now.
to play for another hour because he won't have no.
Guess what? We're not ending, motherfuckers. We're gonna get No, it's all of you enter the gate. The pocket watch dismantles to pieces after a party noise and confetti. And the four of you stand and look at this lone figure standing in front of the world crystal. His colors and his clothing, eccentric, flamboyant, brightly colored, very fancy. A
Very
cane,
white pipe.
a gilded cane in one hand, and what seems to be a flute stuffed into a little holster on his left. He just kind of stands there with his legs crossed, leaning on his gilded cane, holding up a different pocket watch that he simply clicks the top in and stuffs into his pocket, and calls out to all of you of, "They won't go off unless I tell them to. I told you this would end one way or another, and that if you let me leave, then bad things were going to happen. I just didn't tell you where the arena was going to be. Now, did I?"
He didn't leave. We're all together. What the fuck?
So, we're all here. Now becomes the choice. You can let me walk, and the bombs won't go off that you know of. And I will see you again another day. Another game to play, another score to settle. A little bit of chaos and panic and terror sprinkled upon the lives of the people that you have come to protect so diligently. Or you can try and finish this here with me. And we can see who really walks out of here in one piece and risk the devices possibly going off. As I know two of you are quite familiar with the heat of Blightfire, I know it'd be a terrible shame if the rest of your compatriots felt it, especially the newly found reacquainted brother. That would be a shame to befall, a risk one certainly would not want to take lightly. But I see that we're missing one individual, as you see his head crane up and look at the giant eagle and just go, "Can't have that, can we?" As you see him simply point and snap his fingers as you are de-wild shaped and begin to fall.
Yay, love that for me.
I'm just going to give her a few seconds to fall because it wouldn't be fair if she was up there and you were down here. He goes, "And stop." And as he points his fingers at you, a yellow cloud pops up underneath of you like a cushion and just gently plops you on your ass onto the cobblestone. He goes, "Now we can really settle this." And just to make it fun and interesting, I have a special guest for you to meet. You've met him once before. It's going to be an encore performance. One that I know one of you surely going to love. Do your ribs still hurt, Okros, from the last time you met?
Oh, the fucking plague doctor bitch.
As again, I'm using a placeholder, forgive me.
Bird bitch.
As the plague doctor steps out from behind the world stone, simply just cracking its shoulders, seemingly a little bit bigger than it was the last time you saw it, as the Black Piper goes, "Ah! This will surely be a fight for the ages, and no one to interrupt this time. No military, no law enforcement, no governments, just us, as it's supposed to. Just natural beings fighting to see who's right on who lives the longest, make the best decisions. So, what do you say? I will be the gentleman and give you first swing. Let us begin this dance of the macabre, shall we?" And that's where we end our session.
I hate this for us, by the way. This is dumb. Why two? Why do we get both of them at one time? Why?
Because of their hand in hand.
Right.
You never heard of the 2-for-1 meal
The
deal?
way.
I don't like the
2-for-1 meal deal. Jesus Christ.
2-for-1 meal deal. But yeah, so that is where
I got a 4 for 4.
that is where we end our session for tonight. I hope you all had fun. So, it's late. Let's do this quickly. Do our favorite moments, yays and nays. Starting with Aura. Favorite moments.
Probably when I knocked Nameless out of his trance just by being Aura.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell her, or should I tell her?
You can tell her if you want.
I'll give her this one.
Mr. Creed.
I'll let her be happy.
I thought it was a good moment. Thank you.
It was a good moment.
I wasn't there for a solid, 10 minutes? I don't know what happened before that. I wasn't there.
Mr. Creed. Your favorite moment, sir. Unless he is following a snooze.
Hey, he's like away currently on Discord, so
he may have fallen a snooze. The silly man.
I mean, it is late.
It is late.
Yeah.
Mr. Nameless, favorite moment.
Oh, I got 2.
He lives.
Terribly sorry about that.
You're good, bud. That's why we're wrapping up real quick, getting everyone off to the slumberlands.
Realizing I was in a room probably packed full of explosives was not much fun, I will confess. But, I had fun overall.
Very good. Mr. Nameless.
Yeah, I got 2. One I'm gonna call my killing joke moment. You know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Just the whole breakdown thing and trying to grab the key and how that all played out. I thought it was really good storytelling and roleplay. Secondly, your perception of Leandro's going, "Who shot my?" No, I know who shot. Why did he shoot my? It was fucking great. I had to mute myself. I was laughing too hard.
He knows. He knows things.
Wham bam tingly finglies.
Wham bam tingly fingies. Who? Wait. Why? Why did he? No longer who. Just immediately to why. Mr. Nez.
So my ding 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 to how Okros punched Creed.
That was very good.
Yeah,
that was a good start.
The out of game, I with the way you described the plague doctor coming out, I sent Rexus, it's Mr. X. Because you made it sound like the big bad Mr. X from Resident
Just,
Evil.
it's like, oh.
It's gonna give it to you.
No, it's just the fucking Looney Tooney and the bird bitch.
Looney Tooney and the bird bitch. Listen, I like the voice I've given the Blight Piper, thank you. Looney Tooney. Fuck off.
He's a lunatic and he plays tunes. He's a Looney Tooney.
I mean, he's literally if Constantine had the Joker.
Yeah, that's fair.
Garcia Moore is the Riddler.
That's fair. All right, Mr. Okros, your moment, sir.
I mean, that being asked to punch him in the face and instantly rolling like a freaking 25, just being like, yeah.
Just, oops.
And then he rolls a 5 on the save, and it's like, oh no.
This is gonna hurt.
You ever see the man get slapped into unconsciousness? You're about to. Nah.
What about you?
So my favorite moments was definitely, I was really upset when I was able to get this session done in the first place, because, as a little bit on the background, when I gave you guys those messages, I messaged every single one of you the same one, which was, you are not an imposter. Because the idea was very much akin to, there is no imposter. It was just to distract you from the actual objective, which was basically him playing the long game of that he was going to just set everything up in order to just make you panic, make you paranoid, make you upset, make you irrational, and just do things to his beat to kind of get you to break or make a really dumb decision. And you guys didn't do any of it. You panicked at one point, you had paranoia, you were at each other, but like you always pulled yourself back of, no, we're playing this motherfucker's game. He's never a straight shooter. It's never simple. What's his angle? And so seeing you guys kind of develop through it, you threw me a couple curveballs. I didn't expect Aura to go and do Dispel Magic on the corpse. Because I thought that was just going to be a, no, this is weird, and just like walked away from it. Because I had sent information to Nameless specifically for if he had to intervene for any reason, because the reason he would have known that Briar was not undead is that if you had spent time when you pulled the body out of the sack, it didn't smell like it was decaying.
And I felt like I would have got that off of like my investigation too.
Let's be
Even
real.
though it wasn't super high.
Does Aura ever just like say, "Oh, weird," and walk away?
You say
No.
Cold, but it was more unceremoniously dumped onto the table.
Yeah, it was more of just plunk. Oh, this isn't a potato.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was gonna add that was probably another one of my favorite moments is me being a big brain, kind of, sort of, like being like, this might be a magical sleep. Bing.
I mean, that was like a really fucking haymaker choice, but like it worked. And for your information, it was a level 7. I can't remember, it was level 7 or level 8 feigned death. Basically, the Piper cast it on him, and he's been in a feigned death state for months.
Well, Laura got big brain moments.
Out of curiosity,
Mm-hmm.
because if she didn't do that, I was gonna cast Identify on it.
You probably would have been able to, like, if you used Identify and did some more investigation, would have been like, this body isn't rotting. What the fuck? You know, you probably would have put 2 and 2 together if you guys had gone down that road. But, like, leaving you guys breadcrumbs and seeing where you went was also funny. Because I liked the first thing you latched onto was, it's a doppelganger. Nameless is the culprit. And I was like, I mean, it's a good first thought. But, you know, there's something little funkadelic, little fucky-wucky about this situation.
I was so ready to die. Not gonna lie.
See,
And Aura,
the thing
I'm
is Nameless was the suspect no matter what, just because we were
Yeah.
playing Among Us.
Yep.
That's also true.
I mean,
I
that,
thought,
you know.
like, to my core, I'm like, it's nameless. We just have to prove it's nameless that the Blight Piper picked nameless. Like, there was no question on in my brain playing this like Among Us game that it was anyone else. I'm like, it's nameless. If it's gonna be anyone, it's him.
And then you were all wrong anyways. Ha! Die. But yeah. So
I
next
mean, yeah,
session.
you're right. It wasn't your mother.
It was not. It was not. And then Creed with the Uno reverse card, the Blight Piper. Yes, of course, that totally works.
Who said your mother, right?
That was
That
Nameless.
was me.
Nameless said your mother, and I was like, yeah, of course.
That's when he was like, "This is not an answer." I was like, "It totally is."
And I was like, fine, whatever,
Fine,
fuck
we'll
it,
keep
like
it.
it's fine, it's whatever. But yeah, no, it was interesting to kind of see you guys play with it because I want to put you in this kind of mental gymnastic of what's actually going on. Start to see if you can start looking at the bigger picture. Because I really loved it when Okra's like, I'm gonna go kick the door in. Fuck this shit. And I was like, you kick it and nothing happens. He's like, what? What do you mean? It's like, there's just dirt behind it. You're in a basement.
I
And it
guess-
was like, fuck.
I guess out of curiosity, what would have happened if I grabbed the key?
Oh, well, what would have happened is that, you know how the house went up in a blaze of glory? Because it basically fired a bunch of powdered incendiary stuff everywhere, essentially coffee creamer. It would have burst into flames. You would have then been stuck under something that was on fire, and all of your gear would have been destroyed if it wasn't magical. So,
You wanted to grab that key?
yeah, it's it basically anything that was on your person that could be destroyed by intense heat or flame in general would have just been poofed out. If it was like metal, could have been warped or something along the line. It wouldn't have been great because I imagine you probably may not have brought the corpse with you, or in this case, Briar when he was woken up. If you had pulled that key early. So it's one of those things of like you could have pulled it, but like it could have started an entire chain of events that would have led you down the bad ending, so to speak. Fire do the big destroy. That is right, doll. That is correct.
And then Aura under her breath, the house is on fire.
Yeah, well, your fucking quotes. But yeah, that is all I have. I know tonight was
the
a
cat out
long
of the
one.
bag.
Fuck off, stop it. I know tonight was a
I was
long
on
one.
fire tonight.
Stop it. I know tonight was a long one. I was trying to make up for missing a few weeks and like also really wanting to get this session done because I know I told everyone not to talk to each other about what messages you got. So it was like, but it did kind of spiral, but I'm cool for it because spiraling is a lot of fun when it comes to just going on a railroad and seeing how far it goes. But thank you all so much for being here. If you stay with us the whole time during the stream, big thanks. Big round of applause because it's hard to do this kind of stuff, especially with all of us having jobs. But being able to come here and play games and do this kind of crazy, dumb role-playing shit is always fun. Especially in like worlds that I homebrew and like pull out of my ass is always a great time. If you haven't already, go and follow the players. Most of them stream. Two of them I think are streaming currently. So it's you got Stealth Rage 7, It's Time to Rage, and Rexus. All three big groups that work with me. We do co-op stuff together. We do bullshit. We do shenanigans. They stream on their own time. It's all great wonders, bundles of fun. Check us out next week. Check us out later on this weekend. If any of us are around, we'll be here. But otherwise than that, thank you so much for being here. We're going to get ourselves stepped up on out of here to somewhere. Looks like admin's doing V Rising. So we'll probably go and jump to him to get that going. And so we got that going. A Wonder Bar. As always, if you find anything funny, clip it, send it to me. Join the Discord, check out the YouTube, subscribe, have fun, and always, you can ask us questions about D&D. We may wind up start doing some more stuff with the community. Who's to say? Who's to know? If I get money, we'll see how it works. But all y'all, go the fuck to bed. I'm gonna be going to bed in a few minutes myself. Bye
I'm
bye,
gonna be up
everybody.
9 months from now.
Bye. Have a wonderful night.
Bye.